Hello. Hello.
Hello there.
Hello. Oh, Skull, welcome in. You have collected the first, you have collected the hello. Killshot is here with the dailies. Good morning, Mr. and Mrs. Killshot. Good morning, welcome in. And I remember to actually start my hands up before the ads stopped, so yes. I have hydrated in your name, Oscar. Good morning, good morrow to you. Time zones permitting, of course. Hello. I know I'm technically on time, but for me it feels like I was late because I started at 03 or 01 when I usually start at 55. And the reason for that is because that is an article, but I was working on this because I finally, if you saw my little blue sky thing, I made 50 million banners in the same vein that I made 50 million loot boxes. I made 50 million banner designs before finally figuring out which one I like the most. Spoilers, it's this one. I came up with it in a dream. And it is essentially the same design as the badges. So I figured since I'm soon going to be retiring the badges due to the fact that I'm going to be unaffiliated, I'll figure out some sort of use for those at some point in the future. They're not going away. That's a bitchin' banner. Thank you. It's not finished yet, of course, but I'm quite happy with it. Do I... Yes, I still... I can just show you this is one of the designs I had in mind, but I wasn't feeling it. I do like the whole spine thing on the sides, but yeah, I wasn't feeling it. Then I had... if I could have the 50 million layers this one, I also had this, but that felt a bit too metalcore spiky, and I'm more measured with the fact that I'm not all sharp edges. So this felt like it was a bit too sharp for my tastes. Yeah, and then I was experimenting with that. That might come back, we don't know. It hasn't been finalized yet, but this is what I've got so far. I'm probably gonna change this bit, but you know, that's what I was addicted to working on, to the point where I lost track of time, and I was like, oh, it's 20 minutes until I stream. I have plenty of time. And then I didn't, so I'm not late, but it feels like I was late. So yeah, that's gonna be a thing that I'm gonna finalize soon, to have new banners for the Twitch About page. Because my current ones are from my original debut days from over a year ago at this point, and, you know, it might as well time for a refresh and have it be more in line with the 1.5. You could do the burgundy with the spines. I could. Like, I could take this color and then, I saved them to different files. And then have the, which one? There, nope. Underbones, that's what I called it. And then have the burgundy. Let's mock it up. Hold on. Which thing is this? This is the correct thing. I am a professional. Oh, it's very professional because it's not on a different layer. Yeah, you get the idea. There we go. I am so good. I'm an artist. I mean, I don't identify as one, even though technically I am one due to the virtues of working with a sprite for hundreds of hours at this point. But yeah, there you go. That's also an idea. Professional. Exactly. I am an absolute professional. I'm just gonna close this and stop thinking about it, but yeah. Hello, odd bloke. Welcome in. Remember that thing you did yesterday? That was awesome. Thank you for doing that. You doubled my subscriber amount with that little event of yours. It was delightful. Right, but yes. I was working on a new banner. That's why I'm kind of late up for a stream. But now I'm here. Yes. That would be nice. It would be, wouldn't it? You were talking about the design thing. Yes. Many nice things. Oh yeah, this is another beta design for the loot box Hold on. Yeah, that's another beta design that I decided not to go with because the minute somebody pointed out that... one of my test cases pointed out that it looks like a saddle bag for a horse. I immediately fell out of love with the design, so I decided to scrap it. But I did end up using the skull motif. I seem to have a knack for wanting to put my face on everything because... This is my branding, this thing here. It's my branding. This is the most iconic part about me. It's the part that people may or may not remember the most out of all the things that I do and say. I mean, this is a visual reminder, and then the voice is a audible reminder, and so on and so forth. It's all about selling yourself, baby. We're in the big business. Anyway, let's get down to business. To defeat the SCPs. We have leftovers from last time. Found a suggestion for SCP reading 2135. I can read numbers. 4354. That's a number. That's the correct number, right? Yeah. No worries. I will literally bring them up immediately. Hey. If I remember how to browse this thing, which I may or may not know. 21. Skin worm. That sounds delightful. And then we have... what is it? 4354. Is it this one? No. Is it this one? Yes. No. Am I insane? No. I'm not insane. I could have just done a different thing instead, but 5, 4, there we go. From ink! Ooh, these seem to be thematically fitting, that's interesting. Yes. Gaze upon all of the redeems. Oh yes! And that actually made me think of something. So, ideally, I would like to unaffiliate myself as fast as possible and as soon as possible, but first I need to configure all the things behind the scenes. I'm in the process of doing that. But once I'm done doing that and I'm ready to launch the new Bowenthius experience, the problem with that is that there is this lovely stipulation where if you unaffiliate yourself and you still have money holdover from the slow acquisition of funds via support from all of you wonderful and lovely individuals, they get to keep all of it. So, in an effort to avoid that and have at least some of your hard-earned support go to the person you're supporting as opposed to the conglomerate, I need to hold off until that money comes through, which is a problem. So, I need to figure out what to do in the meantime. Do I, slow and steady, do I stop streaming and wait for the thing to pop out and then unaffiliate with whatever is left over so I can tank that? Do I just keep streaming on a platform that shall not be mentioned in the meantime until the whole thing blows over and then restart my career on Twitch after some time has passed and all of the things have simmered out? So if we were evil, we should keep sending money. Well, if you keep sending money, I'll keep having money hold over, which means that I need to keep being affiliated because I refuse to give all of that money up because, not that I'm a greedy guts, but I'd rather get it for myself than have it go into the pockets of somebody that doesn't see money, but rather as a high score to compete with all of his friends. Yeah, evil, that. So, you could, theoretically speaking, keep me shackled to this platform as a affiliate subordinate if you keep going over the minimum threshold that necessitates monthly payments, which would be evil, yes. But in the long run, I mean, it doesn't actually hurt you because you are a subscriber and you don't get ads. But it hurts the experience for literally everybody else. So, like I said, a quandary, a conundrum, a problem. So I need to figure out what to do with that guard, because my idea was that I wanted to unaffiliate myself by the time my affiliate anniversary came up, and my affiliate anniversary is, I think, I don't know if it's the exact date, it might be, but approximately 12th of August, which is less than a month away at this, it's less than a month away at this point. I can do basic arithmetic. So... problems, on top of problems, on top of problems. I'll have to figure out what to do. There is also a third option where I just ignore the ads and have the people suffer even more until I can clear all of the minimum thresholds. I'm sorry, 12th of August. Yes, that. 12th of August, I think. There are so many options and paths that I could take, and I am unsure of what to do, but ideally, I have expressed my intent and desire, which is to just be able to stream without having advertisements that I cannot veto or approve of be run due to the fact that the way advertisements works is it's regional based, so they give you advertisements based on where you're streaming from. So, if, for example, if you don't have an advertiser-friendly region that you're watching from, and I meant watching from, not streaming from, watching from, you don't actually get any advertisements, so it's a luck of the draw, it's obnoxious, I don't like this, yes, my brain. Anyway. SCP reading. We had some leftovers from last time, and we have some new suggestions in the form of Killshot's SCP-21 and SCP-4354. The word game is fun until the ads kick in, and I like the word game. Oh yeah, you actually reminded me of something. I'm just gonna put that in the... hold on. Actions. Oh yeah, I forgot, this bugs out, so I'm gonna hope... Actually, I can just test. That is a test. Okay, good. If it's the 12th, then I can celebrate two things. Are you implying that the 12th of August is your birthday? Is that the implication, or is that some sort of special event? Maybe not your specific birthday, perhaps your... a close personal friend and or relative? No. That is fair. Actually, now that I'm curious, I will check the specific date. No, maybe. Maybe. In the laws of the internet, a maybe means yes. Right. I need to check. The glorious Twitch.tv. Hail the company. What was I checking? Oh yes, when... How do I check when my fun little stream anniversary is? I do not remember. Monetize... Affiliate! It doesn't say. Because it loves me. Beautiful spinning sunglasses, isn't it wonderful? I have no idea how to navigate the creator dashboard. What is this? I have no earthly clue what to do in this scenario. No. I know there's like a specific thing that's like, oh, turn off when you're gonna be celebrated the affiliates channel? Is it channel? Featured content? Stream events, there we go, I figured it out. Okay, I was actually exactly on the money, 12th of August. Is it? Select the date of your anniversary, it needs to be within 2 weeks, or after August 12th. Yeah, it's exactly on August 12th. Okay, I was right on the money. Approximately exactly August 12th. So that was my original deadline to get all of that fixed, and because I'm a diligent little boy, I'll be able to do that from a technical standpoint. I can configure everything. I mean, everything's already configured. I just need to make that banner I showed you. This banner. Still not finished. And figure out the Twitch emotes. There's a better TTV thing, I think, that I can install that will allow me to utilize the emotes that I spend your money on. The money that you gave me to support me, which went directly back into the channel, which I used to buy these emotes from a real artist that is a real artist. Let me shout out the real artist. See, that's the real artist. So I use that because I said that whenever you give me things, they go back into the channel, and that's an example of it. The other example is probably going to be better tracking, but I don't like the idea of purchasing an Apple product. So I'll have to figure that out as well. So many considerations. Anyway, I'm doing everything except actually reading SCP articles, so let's get to reading SCP articles. I'm struggling to think whether or not I actually have something that I want to say, but I feel like I've just been repeating the same thing over and over again. I have nothing more. I'm working on it. It's being worked on. I've already said that I have troubles disconnecting myself. That's how they keep you. That's how they keep you. Oh, I can't unaffiliate myself. I still got money in the bank that I need to go over the threshold. Yeah. This is my bitch. It's so frustrating. It's how they keep their talons hooked into you. Imagine how difficult it would have been for me to be able to disconnect myself from this. If I was further down along the pipeline and I was actually financially dependent on streaming for a living, I would have been stuck doing the thing that I dread doing, which is being stuck in a job that I don't want to do as a full-time professional career. I like streaming, I just don't like the idea of streaming 5 times a week for 5 hours a day like a full-time job. And that sounds like a bad time for moi. Anyway, last we left off, I believe I was very interested in reading about the pen which was used in an experiment which created another SCP in the form of a sentient drawing. So now we're gonna read about the pen that made that sentient drawing. I have 1, 2... Well, wait, no, this technically doesn't count because this is the machine that we already read, so I'm just gonna close that one. 2, 9... Oh, this is a short one. So we got this one, this one, this one, and then the ones that kill shots guessed. Gotta be right back. That is perfectly fair. Enjoy your time away. Right. Item number SCP-067. Did you know that 7 is my favorite number? Why? I had a reason, but I forgot. Quick question, did you already read Here Be Dragons? Yes, it was the first thing I read last stream. I even... Hold on. Let's see. I even had Here Be Dragons as the thumbnail for the last one. So, by all definitions, Here Be Dragons is... I even read some of the bestiary that came with Here Be Dragons as an addendum to expand upon the world of Here Be Dragons. Here Be Dragons was a very sad event. But yes, it has been read. I don't remember what the number for SCP Here Be Dragons was, but hey! It's been read. Right. Ah. Eyeballs. Item number SCP-067. Object Class Safe. It's a pen! But then again... Special containment procedures. When not in use, or the subject of study, SCP-067 is to be stored in its felt-lined wooden box. Ah. The nib is to be corked, and all art and writings are to be submitted to SCP Research Command for analysis and further experimentation. Description: SCP-067 is a fountain pen made by a German supply company called Pelican at some point between World War I and World War II. Name a more iconic duo. The World Wars and Germany. It is pale green in color, with a single red line going straight along the side. The shell is oak, and the nib is extremely sharp, capable of piercing human skin if pressed even lightly. Huh. Really that thick? Doesn't even look like it. I mean sharp, not thick. Right. The shell is oak, nib extremely sharp, even light. Though it apparently lacks a reservoir, the nib never appears to run out of fresh ink. Ah, an infinity pen. In addition, the pen writes in iron gall ink, which is suitable for artists but would normally corrode typical fountain pens quickly. Huh. Interesting. I didn't even notice they had, well, I didn't notice because I didn't scroll down on the article, but they have multiple pictures of the accursed thing. Research has surmised that any subject holding SCP-067 loses all autonomy of the hand and arm that grasps it. Okay. Full sensation is intact, but the arm below the elbow is controlled by unknown forces. Theoretically centralized within SCP-067, the one effect is that the controlled hand will start to use the pen to write a detailed biography of the individual holding the pen. Huh. How the hell did they use this thing to draw? The biography will include such information as the person's name, age, date of birth, criminal record, fears... Okay. That'd be actually really fun because, like, to me, fear feels like something that you can't really think of on the fly unless you have some of those 50 million phobias. Like, for example, in my subjective case, I can't think of something that I'm afraid of, but I'm sure there's things that I'm afraid of. So, I would love for this thing to tell me what my fears are so I can avoid them. Warning, after using this pen, your picture will not be going up on the fridge. That's because you will be the picture. Apparently. Baba Booey. Right. Other times, the pen has been known to write such things as an occurrence that happened in the person's lifetime. For example, when test subject 1204M held SCP-067, he began to write a detailed record of a motor vehicle accident he had been in the year before. Later, the subject admitted that many details penned in the account were not readily available to him at the present time. I.e., the subject had forgotten many elements present in the written work, including his previous car's license plate number, the other vehicle's color, and so on. The subject stated that his memory of the event was so fresh in his mind during the transcription that he could taste the blood in his mouth. Ooh. I would dread giving this pen to H.P. Lovecraft. It would, I wonder what kind of things, I mean... It doesn't seem like this pen taps into the creative tendencies of the person, but... If you gave it to H.P. Lovecraft, it would probably write something racist. Lovecraft, regarded well for his literary works, but not a great person. Ah. Hello, Gold Ship Yasashi. Welcome in. Thank you for stopping by. I tried to shoot that out so quickly, but... It is important to exist in moderation, so thank you for stopping by. Slow and steady wins the race. Anyway, subjects holding SCP-067 have also been known to create intricate works of art, despite the subject lacking any formal art training. Ah, here we go. Here's the part that interests me. Or previous tendencies towards drawing. For example, test subject 1102F, a young woman with no previous artistic experience, was able to draw a winged creature resembling SCP, described by researchers present as data expunged. When subjects are asked to explain what happens when they hold SCP-067, the typical response is that the subject freely relinquishes control of their appendage to SCP-067, so that it may complete its work unimpeded. Oh. So it isn't the fact that it takes control of your hand, it's more so that you allow it to, because it convinces you that what it's going to create is worthwhile, so you shouldn't disturb it. That's fascinating. See quoted response 01. Despite being instructed to not draw or write, subjects describe feelings of empathy, admiration, and cooperation with SCP-067. Ah. It burrows into your brain telepathically and makes you do whatever it wants. It's a sentient pen. Maybe. And cooperation that coerces them towards a will not their own. Quoted response 01. Hello, Layla Moon Meadow V. Welcome in. Huh. That's fascinating. Right. Thank you for stopping by. That is a weird pen. What is that? That is a anomalous pen from the Anomalous Secure, Contain, and Protect Foundation. It has anomalous properties, and we're reading of them. It's a fun little creative exercise. Well, the creative part is the people that write these things. I'm just flexing my vocal abilities by reading them out loud. For all to enjoy who are on... I was going to say twitch.tv/Bowenthius, but... multi-streaming, simulcasting, that's what it's called. Hell yeah. Right. I don't really know how to explain it. It just kind of happened. When I picked up the pen, it seemed as if my hand wasn't my own anymore. I knew I could move it if I wanted to, but I chose not to because I loved the picture I was drawing. This pen would be so useful for AI bros. They could just have something be an artist on their behalf, like what they're trying to do with AI. Because I love the picture I was drawing. It was like my hand had life. Suddenly, my hand stopped and I realized I had complete control over my hand again. And I put the pen back down. I looked at the drawing and saw how beautiful it was. Ah, that's another one. Mike Yandere the Hedgehog. Yandere the Hedgehog, love this chapter. Yandere the Hedgehog seems to refer to themselves in third person. That is a lot of individuals, but welcome in, all the same. One and all, thank you for stopping by on the Bowenthius channel. I have a lot of calcium. Where was I? I looked at the drawing and saw how beautiful it was. I guess the pen decided it was done and was finished with me. Tests and experiments. On Spliggity Spluggity 20 Shkaboombabi, a test was done to see how the pen affected living creatures other than humans. Oh boy. Oh, diddly boy. Experiment 001. The test subject, a male rhesus macaque. Aged 2 years and 4 months, who had previously learned how to use pens and markers, was placed in a standard psychological surveillance room, neutral wall coloration, one-way observation mirrors, with SCP-067, a work table, and a pad of paper. Subject picked up SCP-067 in his left foot, then took it in his right hand, then tasted it. Well, it is a rhesus macaque after all. Subject then put the pen down on the paper and smelled it. After 30 seconds, subject picked up SCP-067 again and began tapping it repeatedly on the table. Subject also began tapping SCP-067 on his own body. Subject tapped SCP-067 with increasing force until ink was being splattered on his fur. Subject then threw SCP-067 onto the floor. Subsequent mechanical analysis revealed no damage. Fascinating. At this point, subject tore a page from the pad of paper and began rubbing it on the ink in his fur. What's up? Hello, Jeff the Killer 99. What a fascinating set of circumstances are currently occurring. Welcome in. Thank you for stopping by, Jeff the Killer 99. I am doing well. I hope you are fine as well. Did I thank you for stopping by? If I didn't, thank you for stopping by. Yeah, revealed no damage. Yes. It revealed no damage, but maybe it had damage. Who knows? At this point, this continued for 3 minutes, after which subject clutched the page in... reading. I'm very good at it. Let's try again. At this point, subject tore a page from a pad of paper and began rubbing it on the ink in his fur. This continued for 3 minutes, after which subject clutched the page in his teeth and leaped from the work table onto the ledge of the observation mirror. With such force that the table was knocked over, subject began smearing the ink on the paper onto the observation mirror while making repeated vocalizations. Subsequent analysis revealed that 50% of vocalizations were consistent with the typical distress vocalizations of the rhesus macaque, and 50% were unfamiliar. Huh. Did they accidentally give sapience to a rhesus macaque? I mean, we're sapient. Rhesus macaques are sentient. Yes. I know the difference between sentience and sapience, I can tell you. Anyway, after 6 minutes of smearing ink on the observation mirror, subject began tearing at the page with his teeth and claws, but dropped it before destroying more than 20% of the paper. Subject collapsed on the floor, breathing rapidly, and repeating the unfamiliar atypical vocalizations. Subject's handler reports that, once removed from psychological surveillance room, subject's mood improved rapidly. And definitely not a vampire, right? Vampire Alice Odessa! Welcome in! That is such a wide variety. Welcome in. Definitely not a vampire. Thank you for stopping by. Subject's handler reports that once removed from the psychological surveillance room, subject's mood improved rapidly. Subject was closely observed for 2 months following the experiment, but did not repeat the atypical vocalizations. The sheet of paper was filed away in data expunged. Interesting. So... that is interesting. So it's a psychic pen that I guess has a mind of its own, and it pseudo-possesses you. I guess the macaque thought it was being taken over, like, sort of, like the, not the phenomenon, but the superstition, that's the word. The superstition where the early man believed in, that cameras would steal your soul because they capture your image. Are you trying to steal Rolf's soul with your film box? I remember the iconic Ed, Edd and Eddy episode, where Rolf was being videotaped by a camera, and then he beat the shit out of the camera because he was superstitious about whether or not it would steal his soul. In a similar sense, that this pen sort of injects a consciousness into you, and makes you do whatever it wants, but it doesn't seem to be malicious. In fact, it's very benevolent. I wonder how they managed to actually draw a person with it. I guess the pen just does whatever it wants, so I guess they just had a lucky contingency where it drew an actual person, which then became an SCP. Very fun, right. Next up, SCP-2950. I make weird intonations with my voice because I am wacky and random, and also potentially undiagnosed autism. What kind of autism? I don't know, it's undiagnosed. Haha. Right. SCP-2950. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-2950 is to be stored in a standard safe class anomalous item containment locker. Testing on SCP-2950 is currently indefinitely suspended due to its extremely low priority. There are no plans to revive testing of SCP-2950 due to the need to use resources more efficiently. Description: SCP-2950 is a metal folding chair. SCP-2950's anomalous effect causes those who sit on it to experience elevated levels of comfort that do not correspond to chairs of similar composition and style. Somebody managed to produce a chair that is more comfortable than meets the eye, and as such, it is anomalous. Individuals that sit in SCP-2950 report that they feel as if they need to sit in a chair constantly, and are often hostile when asked to leave their position. Testing has indicated that the longer an individual sits in SCP-2950, the more difficult it is to remove said individual. Subjects who sit in the chair for longer than 30 minutes cannot be removed from their chair without use of force. Subjects who sit in the chair for longer than 1 hour cannot be coerced into leaving the chair. Huh. The chair. It is sentient and evil. What is this? Darkness falls. Identity recognized. Light prevails. Opening access to file. Interesting. I'm glad that I'm old enough to read Leet speak. To the new 05-6. If the pen drew itself, would a drawing also be anomalous and able to make more? Well, the thing is, the drawings the pen makes are not in of themselves anomalous. The contents might be, but the output of this pen is not anomalous. Unless they feed it through the machine. The iconic machine that I've seen in actual SCP games that produces a lot of interesting results. So that actually does beg the question, why did they even end up using the pen to draw the drawing, which then they fed through the machine to create a sentient being? A sapient being. That is a... Huh. I never even thought about that. I guess maybe because the ink? Science! Yes, for science. What would happen if we combined these two things like, Dead Rising 2, I forgot what his name was, but the cutscene where he goes to a workbench and he tapes up a bunch of shit, and then he makes a paddle bat with, not paddle bat, a rowboat, what's it called? A paddle? I guess. A paddle with chainsaws tied to the end of it is the point of my sentence. Maybe the fact that this produces infinite ink, and the ink doesn't appear to come from anywhere because it doesn't have a reservoir, and if it does, it's an empty reservoir. That in of itself would make, even if the writing is not in itself anomalous, the ink itself is anomalous, which makes it worth experimenting on. To the new 05-6. If you've seen this document before and are wondering why you can now see this new edition, it's because you're the only person inoculated with the anti-cognito hazard capable of allowing you to see this. Nobody, not Raisa, not the researchers, not even the other 05s can see this. I'm special! They've got their own little projects to deal with anyways. As you've probably guessed, there are things that are below the surface in this big place we call work. You've always wondered about the layers hidden behind the documents, and there's a reason why they exist. Certain info hazards are more dangerous than others. Some are so dangerous that only a few people can ever know about them. And sometimes that number is 1. SCP-2950, as you've probably guessed, is not simply a very comfortable chair. That's what we, and by we I mean you and I, want people to think. SCP-2950 is a Keter-class entity that cannot be defined. It is not something that we cannot define because we cannot remember it. It's undefinable because we must define what it is. What? It's undefinable because we must define what it is. SCP-2950 takes the form of whatever the majority of people think it is. Oh. So if you think SCP-2950 is God, and if there's enough of a majority of you and people like you thinking that, it will become God? That's fun. You're not stupid. I hope not. You can probably guess what that means. Is it actually a chair? To most people it is. You know better. We make sure this document gets around to a lot of people, just so people know that it's a chair. Hello, Walter White! Yo, Mr. White! Welcome in, thank you for stopping by. That poor little science class dropout, you did some uncouth things to him from a father figure perspective. It is separate from the object itself. Are you talking about the ink in SCP-067? I'm going to assume you are. Or are you talking about the fact that this chair is gone? Oh, okay. I am glad that I have I am practicing with my short-term memory. Wait. Yes, the chair? Are you... Okay, so you are talking about the chair. The chair that is actually whatever you think it is. Beautiful chairs. I'm not a chair. Look, I have very few spots where you can sit down. Depending on your size, you could probably sit on my shoulder pad and would be okay in terms of comfort. Probably. I have not tested. I am not a scientist. I am an osteomorph. With the occupation, Osteomancer. Very one-track mind, you see. Used to be an abomination. Passport got updated. Anyway. The chair is designed to be as mundane as an SCP could possibly be. We make... No mind tricks, no insane hostility, no helpful properties. We want people to be as disinterested in this chair as possible. They have made an excellent... That's a really good way to make me as disinterested in this chair as possible. Like, oh, it's a chair that's... It makes you want to sit in it forever? Okay, well, I guess I won't sit in it. Just store it in the closet, and there we go. It's done. No helpful properties. We want people to be as disinterested in this chair as possible. If you find out that someone is trying to run a test on this thing, don't let them. You might be thinking, why don't we simply forget about it? Why don't you and I just dupe ourselves into thinking it's a chair so it actually is one? I wish it could be that easy. Unfortunately, somebody out there knew what it is too, and that somebody wrote a damn book about it. Oh. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh, that is very unfortunate, in fact. It started when we found a book describing SCP-2950 as some kind of HK class monster. We initiated containment protocols along those lines, believing it was true, and so it was. The chair just wants you to be comfortable. It's true, but at what cost? At what cost? Ha! Ha! You saw nothing. Literally, because I'm covering things. Anyway. In the process, the Serpent's Hand drained themselves, trying to stop us from getting that book we never understood, and most of them didn't either. There were few who had the knowledge to tell us the truth. But they only told us when it was far too late. A secret meeting saw the O5s and the Serpent's Hand. Who the hell is the Serpent's Hand? Interesting. That's a whole lot of text. We'll learn about the Serpent's Hand in the fullness of time. They showed us their books and their stories that gave us what we needed to know. A lot of us were skeptical, most of us were desperate. After doing what was necessary to erase awareness of SCP-2950, it was agreed that one of us on each side would keep the knowledge to prevent something like this from ever happening again. Neither of us ever found out where the books came from. According to them, they appeared in the library one day. The source that we used to find ours disappeared. They're just a foundation, but cultists. Probably, I mean, look at that cool little symbol. The Serpent's Hand. In the SCP Foundation universe, there are a lot of warring factions and organizations and so on, so I'm sure that... Yeah, they have collected entries themselves, so that'll be an interesting read. SCP Cult Edition. After doing what was necessary to erase awareness, neither of us ever found out where those books came from. That's why you're here. Not only do you have to remember, but if possible, you must find out where this thing came from. And I failed, and so did the rest of 05-6s that have tried. Maybe you'll be different. We've kept our end of the bargain, and hopefully so have they. And now it's time to pass the torch on to someone else. I don't have to remind you that you're alone on this one. It's not exactly like you can call up the Serpent's Hand and ask for backup. Good luck, sir or madam. The world needs you on this one. And by the way, congratulations on the promotion. 05-6. This is a fun way to get promoted. Cool. So SCP-2950 is actually horrors beyond comprehension, but as long as you think it's a chair, we're all fine. It's a chair, by the way. Yep. Hello and welcome, friend. Needless to say, you're not supposed to be viewing these files. I say, take a chance. You've come this far. Some of the following information is true. Some of it is false, even ridiculous. Sometimes I know for sure. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes I'll lie. It doesn't matter. Whatever I've told you here, someone, somewhere believes it, and belief has power. That's true. You know what the most infectious thing in the world is? An idea. Once it spreads and propagates, it becomes impossible to deal with. Yes. Yes, indeedly. Indubitably. Oh, hello. The Black Queen. We're learning so many things. We're going even deeper into the SCP rabbit hole. The Black Queen. Huh. Content of this dossier is restricted to error, personnel, and above. Security clearance levels. Oh. Top secret. Thaumiel level clearance. I should read about this. I will read about this. Foundation security clearances granted to personnel represent the highest level of type of information to which they can be granted access. Kind of like how when I was going in home safety hotline every passing day, they gave me more and more information to work with. That was the equivalent of clearance levels. However, having any given clearance level does not automatically grant access to all information at that level. Personnel are only granted access information on a need-to-know basis, and at the discretion of the designated disclosure officer overseeing their respective departments. Same thing like with how they have armed guards in front of a vending machine because somebody asked for a cup of joe, and that turned out very poorly. Haha! I'm remembering articles I've read in past streams. Yay me! Level 0, for official use only. Level 0 security clearances are given to non-essential personnel with no need to access information regarding anomalous objects or entities in Foundation containment. Level 0 access is typically held by personnel in non-secured clerical, logistical, or janitorial positions at facilities with no access to operational data. So, janitors and the normies, essentially. I have level 0 access. What does Joe taste like, though? A combination of blood, sweat, tears, urine. Not a great combination, to be honest with you, and also he got knocked out and had to be in recovery for an indeterminate amount of time because I don't remember it. Oh, Joe. Joseph something or other. Poor Joseph. Joseph. Whoa, what? Oh. My brain is remembering a reference, but at the same time, where was that from? Joseph. Joe? Seth. It's from a Key and Peele skit, but I don't remember which one. I don't remember which skit it was, but it was like yelling, Joseph! Joseph! Joe! Because he was... Oh, right, I remember it was from an America's Got Talent parody, a Michael Key and Jordan Peele skit. That was fun. Thank you for having that lodged in my memory bank's brain. Very good, very good. I keep speaking to an object that doesn't exist. I am an SCP after all. Or am I? I don't know. I've never been contacted by this organization, so I am presuming that I am not anomalous where I come from. Just a hole. Fathomless chasm, if you will. Anyway, I just keep, like, tilting my head, okay? Like, doing that. It's part of the fun of being a VTuber. Heh. Anyway, level 1, confidential. This is above the janitor's pay grade. Level 1 security clearances are given to personnel working in proximity to, but with no direct, indirect, or informational access to anomalous objects or entities in containment. Level 1 security clearances are typically granted to personnel working in clerical, logistical, or janitorial positions. Oh, never mind. At facilities with containment capability or otherwise must handle sensitive information. Level 2. Level 2 security clearances are given, and you return! Welcome back! We got promoted in the time you were away. I got promoted to a new thing. Because of this, I read about a chair, and I got promoted to the highest ranks in the SCP Foundation. Because I read about a chair. This is a chair, by the way. Anyway, I got ads. You remember ads? It's that thing I want to not have. Very frustrating. But, considering... Did Mrs. Killshot become one of the lucky few that gained a gift sub the other day? I do not believe that was the case. No. Unfortunate. Congrats on the promotion! Thank you, thank you! I earned it by reading. And reading is one of the most important... something or others. She did not, unfortunately. That is unfortunate, but... we will have to, unfortunately, deal with the Twitch mandatory commercial breaks all the same. Apologies. Eventually, soon, we will be rid of this, I hope. I might just have to bite the bullet and just have Twitch gobble up all of the beautiful support that you give me because you love my face. I am sorry. Ah! And we're back! Good job, everybody! Delightful trek towards success with the words on stream front. Sorry, I yoinked the word scenic from you, Killshot. But the minute you saw it, I was like, wait a minute, you spell scenic this way. And just yoinked it. Right, where were we? Ah, yes. Level 3, secret. Level 3 security. It's all good. It's all in good fun. It is indeed. I just had a thought that it's so fun to have such a... like, it's just so fun, the concept of Mr. and Mrs. Killshot. It's just so fun. You're very... I don't know how to express it without coming off as weird, but it's just fun to have such individuals in my community. It feels homely, in a sense. Like, I got the O-Skull, I got the Deltors, and I got Mr. and Mrs. Killshot. It's like all part of the gang. It's very fun. Very fun characters, and I'm very happy to have you as my community. Alright. Level 3 security clearances are given to senior security and research personnel that require in-depth data regarding the source, recovery circumstances, and long-term planning for anomalous objects and entities in containment. Most senior research staff, project managers, security officers, response team members, and mobile task force operatives hold a level 3 security clearance. So if you're making game, you need to have a corpse of a task force operative in order to be able to loot a level 3 security clearance. Have fun. Level 4, top secret. Level 4 security clearances are given to senior administration that require access to site-wide and/or regional intelligence, as well as long-term strategic data regarding Foundation operations and research projects. Don't you love that feeling where you're reading something but you're not really understanding the text you're reading, you're just mechanically reading? I just did that. Senior administration require access to site-wide and/or regional intelligence as well as long-term strategic data regarding Foundation operations and research projects. Level 4 security clearances are typically held only by site directors, security directors, or mobile task force commanders. I never even thought about the fact that secret and top secret, it's the topmost secrets. I never thought about it. I just always registered it as an automatic phrase rather than seeing the meaning of the phrase. Thaumiel. Level 5 security clearances are given to the highest ranking administrative personnel within the Foundation and grant effectively unlimited access to all strategic and otherwise sensitive data. Level 5 security clearances are typically only granted to O5 council members and selected staff. So that's what the O5 council is. The O5 Council refers to the committee consisting of the highest-ranking directors of the Foundation, with complete access to all information regarding anomalies and containment. The O5 Council oversees all Foundation operations worldwide and directs its long-term strategic plans. Due to the sensitivity of their positions, O5 Council members must not come into direct contact with any anomalous object, entity, or phenomenon. Furthermore, the identities of all O5 Council members is classified. All Council members are referred to only by their numeric designation, O5-1 through O5-13. Who's that character who often comes first and sometimes makes rhymes? If I recall, they also make puns here and there. Ha ha! You are a delightful character, Oskal. I'm so glad that fate had our paths cross in that beautiful green and purple garden of the Iriella. Once upon a time. You make rhymes and you design... My rhyming convention has died for some reason. You make rhymes all the time, and you are sublime in your fealty to your divine rhyme prime. Good enough. The O5 are also all immortal from their own types of anomalies. Huh. That's fun. So this is the anomaly for... so this is the old O5 council member -6. So by reading this article, we got promoted to being the 6th council member on the O5 command. On the O5 command, that's fun. Yeah, there we go. Oh, I'm the new The American. Male, European descent, American origin, mid-40s, long hair kept in a ponytail, nearly always dresses in white suits. Are you telling me the poster child for Kentucky Fried Chicken is a part of the SCP Foundation O5 Council? Why is white suits undermarked? The High Court with the Magic Army? Holy shit. My god, we have gone down 50 million rabbit holes, and I haven't even gotten to the suggestions, which I will get to in a minute. Unknown significance in, if any, former top Foundation field agent. Other details of prior identity unknown, probable wipe, but he may be a member of the Bright family, professional yet genial, reputation for high competency, plays something of a jack-of-all-trades role within the Foundation, but focuses particularly on issues of Foundation security. And if an O5 messes up, it becomes a big man hunt, of course. Of course. They really... I mean, I'm assuming O5 Council was behind the Able incidents, all of them. One of the O5 seen more often in public, travels with 2 male bodyguards referred to as Thompson and Black. Oh, there's multiple. Well, of course, that makes sense. Council... Puppet inserted into O5 Council by the Global Occult. Typically dresses in tasteful suits. There's possible future attempt at a hostile takeover, or perhaps a failsafe. It seems possible that some or all of the other O5 council members are aware of his status as a turncoat, and tolerate the situation for their own reasons. Perhaps they view him as a potential asset. There's so many things. So many things. Where do we get started? Right, let's read the suggestions. And then get back to the rabbit hole that we have dug. Right. SCP-021. Special containment procedures. Object class. Safe. Special containment procedures. SCP-021 is an obligate parasite of the human body. Containment, therefore, is no more difficult than containing an adult human. Most cells will suffice. Item is currently housed in detention cell 217-A on subject D-139. Only D-class personnel are eligible for hosting SCP-021. Right, since we have the tab open... as soon as I remember which one of my 50 million tabs it is... Security clearance. There it is, the security clearance tab. Class D personnel. Class D personnel are expendable personnel used to handle extremely hazardous anomalies and are not allowed to come into contact with Class A or B personnel. Class D personnel are typically drawn worldwide from the ranks of prison inmates convicted of violent crimes, especially those on death row. In times of duress, Protocol 12 may be enacted, which allows recruitment from other sources such as political prisoners, refugee populations, and other civilian sources. that can be transferred into Foundation custody under plausibly deniable circumstances. Class D personnel are to be given regular mandatory psychiatric evaluations and are to be administered an amnestic of at least Class B strength or terminated at the end of the month at the discretion of on-site security or medical staff. In the event of a catastrophic site event, Class D personnel are to be terminated immediately, except as deemed necessary by on-site security personnel. There was a researcher turned into a Labrador retriever and people throw things that he fetches without meaning to, and it makes him mad. Oh, dog DNA is so built in that you just have to go fetch the stick, even if you are not wanting to do so. It's just embedded in the DNA. Do you actually know why dogs fetch sticks? It's because back in the history of primordial man, dogs used to scavenge and hunt for sticks for firewood for the resident masters. So that's why they are so fascinated with sticks. They fetch them for their masters so they can be used as kindling for mighty fire. Very fun. History. So embedded in our DNA. Right. I wonder what the English language is going to look like 50 years from now. Cyberpunk has already answered that question. 2077. Right. So that's what Class D personnel is. Delightful. Right. So now we know what Class D personnel are like. There it is. So, SCP Foundation, human resourcing. In the form of death row convicts who will not be missed if they die. And they get terminated at the end of the month anyway. That is such a shame. Death row with extra steps, essentially. Reminds me of a line from Dragon Ball Z Abridged. You can't kidnap an orphan, they weren't wanted in the first place. Same thing with criminals. You can't kidnap a convict, they were gonna be executed at death row anyway. They're basically spare parts and meat. Do you know how difficult it is to program a robot to test SCPs? Just throw a death row inmate, they're already pre-programmed, and if they step out of line, shoot them and move on to the next. Horrifying. Human life. Expendable. According to this company. And they even accompany their own organization. Their foundation. Which is a type of organization. Anyway. As long as a given subject survives as a host of SCP-021, he is exempt from normal monthly terminations of Class D personnel. Immediately. People cheap. Very cheap, yes. Very yes. God, the horrors of man. The horrors of man. Description. SCP-021 takes the form of a large and elaborate tattoo of a serpentine dragon in the Oriental style, covering approximately 0.8 square meters of skin. This tattoo is fully animate within the confines of its host's skin and behaves largely as a normal animal would. Nani? Would you punch an orphan? What are they gonna do? Go tell their parents? It's a horrible world we live in, but we make the best of it. Oh. Poor orphans. Tell their parent. For some reason, this reminds me of the Umbrella Academy. Hard throwback to when I made an SCP-682 alternative version called SCP-682-NEG, and to this I can't tell if it's an absolute cinema or absolute cringe. That's a fun way to appear. Welcome in, the engineer. I hope you solve practical problems, but thank you for stopping by. SCP-682, hey, I'm gonna jog that up as a suggestion. Yeah, I definitely should get rid of that one. Right. Anyway, sorry, I got distracted. Yes, I do. Sentry, my beloved. Excellent! Excellent. My favorite sentry is the level 2 for some reason, because I like the Gatling guns and feel like the rockets are in excess. Anyway, what was I doing? I forget what I was doing. Oh yes, I was checking for 682. There we are. Ooh, that's fun. Anyway. Description, yada yada yada. This tattoo is fully animate within the confines of its host's skin and behaves largely as a normal animal would, albeit only in 2 dimensions. That's a very fancy tattoo. The tattoo's movement causes constant pain to its host, comparable and similar in character to simultaneous tattooing and tattoo removal on a large scale. I mean, it's slinking around in the layer of your skin where tattoos usually go, which is under, I don't know, I'm not a tattoo expert, but I know there's multiple layers of skin that it goes under, but it's not all the way in. Tattoos are a fascinating concept. Modern ones, anyway. And tattoo removal, The organization tends to spend most of its time on and near the torso. The organism, not the organization, the organism. The organism tends to spend most of its time on and near the torso. SCP-021 displays no intelligence beyond a basic pattern of feeding and locomotion. What the hell does it feed on? Is it oh yeah, it's a parasite, isn't it? Although actually measuring the intelligence of a 2-dimensional life form has proven impossible thus far, SCP-021 appears to feed exclusively on pigments in the host's skin. This can include melanin, in which case the subject appears to be suffering from vitiligo. Oh. However, the organism shows a marked preference for other tattoos and will seek out and devour these before resorting to natural pigments. It should be noted that the feeding process itself, beyond the sensation of movement, is painless. Normal tattoo ink simply vanishes as it is eaten. The organism maintains a constant size and no exceptions. Does it shit tattoos? Like, does it do little 2D dookies on your body? Because if it eats, then it shits. That is the rule. Normal tattooing simply vanishes. The organism maintains a constant size and no... Oh, there we go. Immediately answers my question. And no excretions have been observed. The organism is capable of clearing over 0.6 square meters of skin per hour. One may feed SCP-021 by quickly tattooing fruits or small animals on the host. That is adorable and painful sounding. SCP-021 can be transferred between hosts by various forms of physical contact, with differing rates of success. In the case of a successful transfer, the organism simply swims from one person to the other. Sexual intercourse appears to be the most reliable method of transfer, with a 93% rate of transmission. However, due to the severe pain involved, this is less than ideal. Contact between 2 open wounds is generally preferable. Transfer is more complicated in deceased subjects, though not understandably so. The organism suffers no ill effects from the death of its host and continues to consume pigments. Transmission between species is unknown. Previous tests suggest that it is either impossible or exceedingly rare. Just let it die, honestly. But I guess they need to keep the anomalous thing contained. That's what their point is. They don't kill things just because it would be easier than to have them contained. They must be studied for science and so on. I wonder if there's something in the charter about why they don't just murder half of the SCPs they have. Because it would be easier than keeping them indefinitely locked down. SCP-021 appears to yada yada yada. Transferred to hosts, exceedingly rare. SCP-021 does confirm some benefits to its host. The tattoo has been proven to accelerate the release and reuptake of epinephrine and decrease lactic acid buildup, providing boosts of strength, confidence, and pain tolerance in stressful situations, and reducing the usual after effects of weakness and fatigue. In addition, the tattoo seems to have some beneficial effect on the host's immune system. Aggression profiles in hosts are generally higher than average, though whether this is a direct effect of the tattoo or simply a reaction of the constant pain remains to be seen. The symbiotic relationship is usually limited by how long the host can tolerate such pain in everyday life. This has culminated in suicide in a number of subjects. In rare cases, hosts have also fallen victim to fatal skin infections. This tattoo seems like a match made in heaven for one of those people who have the mutation where they can't feel pain. There was a Dr. House episode about one such person. That's how I know that's a condition that exists. SCP-021's origins and nature are a mystery. Tracing its transmission from host to host is hardly feasible within the confines of secrecy, and the organism would be hundreds of years old, if not more. Nevertheless, SCP-021's captivity is one of the longest in the Foundation's history at nearly data expunged years, and has been very educational thus far. Current research focuses mainly on observing the characteristics of life in 2 dimensions. So that's, well, I mean, that's not why they still keep it, but I guess if it is an anomalous material, and it is unique, and curiosity makes it so that it's worth keeping alive and keeping in containment. I find it very fun how this thing eats other tattoos like Pac-Man. Very interesting. One of the oldest SCPs in containment. Imagine if this thing contains a little bit of every host that it has ever come into contact with. It would be so powerful. Oh, this is actually the picture of a cadaver. Was he dead when the picture was taken, or... SCP-021 on subject D124, now deceased. Now deceased in the picture, or deceased afterwards? It's unclear. Right. Well, that's SCP-021. Would not care for having such a thing on my body, because I don't even have skin for it to feast off of. Right, why do I have multiple iterations of this? This one. Yes, 1609. These were the 2 suggestions, right? I must scroll up and see. No, they weren't. 4354 was the other one. I have so many tabs. Let's get this one. 4354, there we go. Here it is. Somehow I ended up closing this one. My mistake. Right. What have we got going on here? Would it be worth the trouble to keep dinosaurs alive contained in a facility like the SCP Foundation? I mean... I believe they have a bunch of movies that question that very notion. I haven't watched any of them, but I hear they used to be pretty popular. I am, of course, referring to the Jurassic Park series. I'm pretty sure that there's probably some contingent of dinosaurs being kept around at the SCP Foundation, but that... I've never honestly thought about that whole prospect. All of these SCPs and things and anomalous activities and so on are cool. But... what if terminated, though? What if you just terminate the thing, and then just chuck its corpse in a fire pit, and there you go, you're done. I never thought about that. Like, especially all the ones, well, I guess a lot of them also stipulate that they are in some form incorporeal or intangible or can respawn in some means or another, so I guess termination is not always available. They tried terminating Abel. Well, as a part of safety procedures, they have to terminate the guy by drowning him, just so they could keep him in his coffin, but he respawns, so he's not really something that can be just terminated and forgotten forever. So some of these, there's just a section on the SCP planet with dinosaurs on it. See, exactly. I knew there was a contingent full of dinosaurs. I mean, dinosaurs are awesome, so I can imagine that they would have a lot of entries. Oh, hello. Right. Let's see. Ooh, level 3 clearance, classified, SCP-4354. Ha, I read that number correctly. Go me. Let's see what this one is. It doesn't even... Oh. Object class, Euclid. Yeah, that reminds me, security clearances. Where are the object classes? Writing guide, not the writing guide. Resources, guides, there we go. I keep forgetting, I keep reading the object classes and then I keep forgetting them. About the writing guides, technical writing, object classes. Ah, there we go. Definitions and guidelines for SCP object classes. Euclid. Euclid class SCPs are anomalies that require more resources to contain completely, or where containment isn't always reliable. Usually this is because the SCP is insufficiently understood or inherently unpredictable. Euclid is the object class with the greatest scope, and it's usually a safe bet that an SCP will be in this class if it doesn't easily fall into any of the other standard object classes. As a note, any SCP that's autonomous or sapient is generally classified as Euclid due to the inherent unpredictability in an object that can act or think on its own. Oh, so most people-based anomalies are Euclid. Serpent, the snake is safe. Oh yeah, the sentient tattoo is safe. Autonomous or sapient. Yes. For a complete list of Euclid class articles on the site, click here. Catter! Anomalies that are exceedingly difficult to contain, consistently or reliably, with the containment procedures often being extensive and complex. Like building a giant concrete cube that can be flooded at a moment's notice, killing everybody inside? That kind of difficulty! I'd imagine so. Thaumiel Apollyon Archon. Tikon de Grog. Neat. Okay, so that's Euclid. Anyway, where were we? Right. Object class, Euclid. Special containment procedures. Foundation web crawlers are to search for and take down any mention of SCP-4354 instances. All persons affected by SCP-4354 instances are to be sought out and apprehended under the pretense of going through immediate tattoo removal therapy due to a production mistake in the ink used by SCP-4354-A. Apprehended individuals are to be contained in a standard humanoid containment cell until after the conclusion of the Superbia event. Noted. At which point they are to be amnesticized. How do you write that word? I can see how you write that word, but how do you read that word? Amnesticized. Amnesticized, that's the word. Amnesticized. I can read. We're reading together. SCP-4354-A is currently uncontained, but reports of activities matching the behavior of SCP-4354-A are to be investigated. Description. SCP-4354 is the collective designation given to a series of anomalous tattoos currently on the body of 14 subjects in containment and an unknown number still uncontained. 2 months after the acquisition by an individual, SCP-4354 instances develop the abilities to change shape and move through skin cells. The specific way these abilities manifest is unique for all instances and dependent on the subject of the tattoo. 3 months after a subject has been tattooed with an instance of SCP-4354, they will undergo a Superbia event. A Superbia event is the complete transfiguration of the affected flesh into the likeness of the respective SCP-4354 instance, which will proceed to expel itself from the body of the subject, typically leaving behind a large avulsion. There are, however, also been unique Superbia events which only partially adhere to this description, if not at all. Discovery. My god. Huh. Specific abilities manifest unique to all instances. That is... gross. Discovery. On the 21st of July... Oh, look, that's 3 days from now. 2018. No, not 3 days from now. Videos depicting the anomalous effects of SCP-4354 instances started to appear on the social media platform Twitter. Ha! Remember Twitter? Those were days. A disinformation campaign was immediately put into action, and the first containment procedures were advised and executed, but could not prevent the initial spread of information about SCP-4354. This led to a rise in popularity for SCP-4354-A and the creation of a significant number of SCP-4354 instances. How the hell do you copy... And because the way I understand this seems to use some sort of anomalous ink or something special, how does the mere mention of the knowledge of the existence of this SCP make it propagate and spread? How does that work? That is very fascinating. It's another campaign about disinformation and keeping it hush-hush and unknown. Like the chair. During interrogations, all subjects unanimously report acquiring their instance at a tattoo parlor named Pride Parlor in Berlin, Germany. Ah, here we go. Oh, there we go. So that's how it spreads. The business was previously owned by SCP-4354-A, a person of unknown identity responsible for the creation of all SCP-4354 instances, according to interrogated subjects. When Foundation forces arrived at the address, the building was empty and SCP-4354-A could not be found. Despite all interrogated subjects supposedly meeting SCP-4354-A face-to-face and being fully conscious while receiving their instance, none of them could comment on any specifics regarding SCP-4354-A, except for repeated insistence on their skillful handling of the tattoo gun and pleasant appearance. So it's an anomalous individual that is spreading tattoos that transform into whatever it is it's tattooed as, and leave a giant hole where the tattoo was. My, oh my. SCP-4354-1, image and description. 3 colorful butterflies spread over the arm of the subject. They appear animated and move across the arm, occasionally flying around each other in a manner resembling courtship behavior. Of course people would absolutely dig having living tattoos on their skin, because it's like tattooing GIFs on yourself. That's an amazing concept. Unfortunately, the payment for such a thing is, well, large chunks of your skin missing. Superbia event of SCP-4354-1. Over the course of 2 days, the depicted butterflies peeled themselves off of the subject's skin, leaving open wounds behind. Post-Superbia event. Wounds of the subjects were treated with no complications. The butterflies do not show any signs of anomalous activity. Further handlings. Adoption request by researcher Zinkiryu has been granted. The subject was administered amnestics and released. Oh. Okay, never mind. Never mind, Zinkiryu will remain a mystery. SCP-4354-3. Image description. A black line wrapping around the wrist of the subject, forming a lemniscate. Lemniscate on the underside. It is animated as if moving around the arm, tracing its path. Superbia event of this Ouroboros. While the lemniscate remained a two-dimensional tattoo, the black line converted into a black string and detached itself off of one side of the symbol. Pulling on the string produces a seemingly infinite amount of it. It is made up of tattoo ink, but retains shape and consistency through anomalous means. The usage of the string as a resource has been denied due to it dissolving in water and leaving ink stains upon touch. It was instead decided to neutralize the instance by completely dissolving it in water, leaving only the non-anomalous tattoo of the lemniscate. Lemniscate? I don't know what that is. The subject was anesthetized and released. Wow, what's this weird tattoo that I have on me? Fascinating. Oh boy, that is a big one. SCP-4354-7. Image and description. That's the image, here's the description. A green snake on the arm of the subject. It moves around as if traveling on a branch and attempts to bite objects that come close to its surface. Superbia event. The Superbia event procedurally converted the tattoo into a live eastern green mamba, starting at the head and ending at the tip of the tail, at which point it fell onto the ground and fled to a corner in the room. Post-Superbia event. The resulting loss of flesh and skin on the arm of the subject led to heavy bleeding, which was successfully treated. Further handlings. The subject is to be contained until a full rehabilitation from the wound and blood loss is reached. The animal was anonymously donated to a local zoo. Hey baby, you want a snake? It came to life from a tattoo because it was on some guy's arm, and it converted the surrounding tattooed flesh into snake. It's a cool snake. It doesn't have any anomalous properties, but it's a snake. Imagine if that snake had snake babies. Would they be anomalous? Is the snake anomalous? I mean, they presume it's not. Oh boy. It just gets worse and worse. Right. Image description. A human heart. SCP-4354-9. A human heart on the chest of the subject. It appears to beat to the rhythm of the subject's actual heart, changing its rhythm according to their heart rate. Superbia event. A functioning human heart was expelled from the skin of the subject, leaving no flesh wound and the tattoo intact. Oh. Welcome, Deltor! We're just reading about tattoos that turn into real objects, so if you tattoo a heart on your heart, it pulls out your heart. That's fun. Welcome in, hope you've had a lovely day.
Hello there.
Hello, welcome in. You have arrived, you have multiplied, you have made me hydrationize as soon as I turn my hands on. Organ transplants. Delightful concept. You have 60 daily bones in total! Your last one was a hip! A hip bone connected to the leg bone. Oh, right, I forgot that you're keeping score on both sides of the coin. I've hydrated in your name, Deltor. It is done. It is done, and hydration has been achieved, and life has been lived to its fullest extent. Yes, Deltor's hip and cool like that. Absolutely. Very hip and very cool. Oh yeah, and because it's different, oh, I see, because it's counting for different instances, it also means that you get different types of bones! You're gonna get so many bones! It's a good thing you can't combine your stacks. But I get all of them all the same. Keep getting those bones! Age of Deltor. Right, so after a functioning human heart was expelled from the skin of the subject, leaving no flesh wound and the tattoo intact, immediately after the conclusion of the Superbia event, the subject collapsed with no heart activity. During the medical examination shortly after, he regained full consciousness and normal heart activity. Since then, the Superbia event has repeated roughly every 3 weeks. That is actually horrifying. Subject is to remain contained until a Superbia event fails to occur for 1 full year, at which point it will be declared neutralized, administered amnestics, and released. The produced human hearts are to be used on-site as needed and otherwise anonymously donated to nearby hospitals. It's actually a heart duplicator. Or, yeah, it's literally an organ transplant machine. Well, not transplanting the machine itself, but it's generating the resources necessary for heart transplant. That is actually really useful. Now the question is, why the hell is it just pumping out infinite hearts? That is very strange. Huh. Honestly, extremely useful though. Just a heart generator. Does the human heart have the exact same DNA and characteristics of the host? So it expels his heart, and then it generates a new one. That's very fascinating. Right. SCP-4354-10. Image and description. A simplified drawing of the subject's daughters. Look, Bowen found a heart. I did find a heart. So many hearts. There's so many hearts. I can't hold all of these hearts. I'm like that guy in the picture. He's holding things and is spilling out, but it's human hearts, which is a horrifying image. Horrifying image. Hearts, yes, beautiful hearts. Ain't they wonderful? Ain't they wonderful? Which reminds me, I definitely need to spend this weekend on some emote research. Oh. Also reminds me that my Saturday is busy. Ah, the fullness of time. Things and so on. Anyway. Description. A simplified drawing of the subject's daughters. Bowen of hearts. Hearts of Bowen. Stones of bones of Bowen. So if you tattooed your favorite anime character on you... Uh-huh. It would pop out a real Goku. They spent several... died 6 years prior. They spend several hours a day walking around and playing with each other and otherwise lie down. When their names are called, they look around with a confused expression. Superbia event for this. Over 2 days, fat tissue in the subject's body traveled towards the instance where it formed a growing lump. Shortly after the subject was brought into the site's medical bay due to extreme malnutrition, the lump burst, expelling a large amount of fluid and 2 live human newborns, connected to the arm of the subject by an umbilical cord. If you tattoo the +1 life onto yourself, yes, you get infinite lives. The thing is that this SCP seems to work based on objects rather than words. Tattoo a genie? A genie that... What if you tattoo God? What if you tattoo God? What happens then, huh? Over 2 days, umbilical cord. The subject was continuously fed high-calorie solutions. The newborns continued to grow and age at different speeds, reaching the age of their original deaths. Within 1 month, they remained in a coma-like state during this time. When the endpoint was reached, they regained full consciousness as well as the memories and personalities of the late daughters of the subject, according to her words. As both children tested anatomically, psychologically, and genetically non-anomalous, both of the subjects has been anesthetized and released. Tattoo a green mushroom. Ha ha! and then you just keep growing exponentially with your infinite lives. What if you tattoo a red mushroom? You just get bigger? Well, that's actually a really nice thing, I think. Very horrifying, but ultimately, I mean, you got your daughters back that were tragically lost in an accident, so... Presumably, tragically lost. Hey! Here we are. What would happen if you tattooed the Jesus? Tattoo a Bowen. I come out and I'm ready to read SCP articles for you. Alright. I wonder, did they accidentally make the Messiah? Oh. There's oh. Hello. Is that something that I can... Fascinating. Now, they appear to be the same, though presumably they're just non-things. But simultaneously, I am very curious. What happens when I... Hold on. We got black on white. Okay, it is nothing. Or is it? What if we changed, let's see here. We are investigative journalisms. Nope, seems to be squares. Alright, fair enough. Tattoo is Bowen, lose all bones. Your skeleton jumps out of you. Oh god. Oh, but that would actually be a really great way for me to duplicate bones. Tattoo Excalibur, and gain kingship and land. I wish that's how that worked. I've tattooed the deed to this country. I now own this country. It's all here, written in paper. You signed it, Mr. President of the planet. Right, well... Jesus came out, and now the Messiah is reborn. If Jesus wasn't in Foundation custody, he is now. Oh boy. Alright, well. Very tattoo-themed suggestions, very fun. I have personally never gotten a tattoo myself. Not for a lack of wanting to, or trying to. I definitely would like to have a sleeve someday, but... I do not have the means, nor do I have the time to figure out a specific design, because I am a creative person and my design philosophies change on the daily. But then again, if I were to hypothetically get a tattoo today, like, if I was tied to a chair and forced against my will to get a tattoo, and I had the choice of what it would be a ram skull. I don't know, I just think they're neat. But that is something that may or may not happen in the fullness of time. Who knows? Tattoos. They're a fun concept. And sometimes good execution. Like the execution of a Jesus. Right. Now we have SCP-682. Object class. Keter. Hatter! Have you heard about her? Special containment procedures. SCP-682 must be destroyed as soon as possible. Okay. At this time, no means available to SCP teams are capable of destroying SCP-682, only able to cause massive physical damage. SCP-682 shortly after escaping from containment, still recovering from acid immersion. Fascinating. I can't even tell what it's supposed to be. It's like a whale carcass. I think I see spines. A classic one. Classic. Absolutely. Let's see. The Mistra and I love tats and do them. I would be honored to give you a ram skull tat, alas. You're not close. I am not. But I had a feeling that, based on your suggestions for SCP, you either have a fascination for tattoos or you're wondering about my relation with tattoos. Either way, I'm happy to answer. I am definitely not adverse to getting one, so maybe in the future someday. I will remember this for the rest of my life. I used to have a friend group where we would regularly play games like Gardic Phone and Jackbox party games, and one of the was it Quiplash? There was a version of a Jackbox party game, I don't remember because they have so many variations of things, where it's sort of like a Quiplash duel where you have to say truths and lies about other players. And I was given a prompt to say if I were to get a tattoo, what it would be. And I wrote, because I don't know what came over me, but I guess I had Half-Life on the mind. And because I had, before the Ramskull thing, I had ideas for a sleeve consisting of Valve properties, like Half-Life, Portal, Dota. Lots of things in Dota, because there's a lot of beautiful creatures and designs and things that I hold dear in that game. Which is also why I generously use the sound libraries of all the effects generated and available in Valve properties for my streams. With credit, of course. Hopefully they will not bring the hammer down upon me. If you're ever in the area, I'm happy to give you ink. I don't know which area that is, and I feel like asking for details would be doxing you, so I will refrain from doing that. But, yeah. Maybe. Eventually. In the fullness of time. It's probably worth a trip. Anyway. So I had Half-Life on the mind, so I wrote as my answer, oh, something Half-Life related, and everybody else wrote a bunch of lies, and one of them wrote Ramskull, and everybody picked Ramskull, because that would so obviously be what I would have as a tattoo, but even I didn't realize that at the time, so everybody got 0 points for that, because nobody guessed my obscure Half-Life answer. I don't mind, we are in upstate New York. Ah! That is not close. Okay, that is very not close. Alright, but I will keep it in mind if I'm ever in the... I mean, I've always had a fascination with wanting to visit that part of the world purely from a tourist perspective, because I've very much firmly been planted within the confines of the European continent. So, the other place I would love to visit is Australia. I've expressed this before with how I would love to see what the city of Bowen is all about. For reasons that may not be apparent immediately. Yes. Also York, the original York. I wonder how the old York holds up to the new York. York! Anyway. SCP-682 should be contained within a 5 meter by 5 meter by 5 meter chamber with 25 centimeter reinforced acid-resistant steel plate. I feel like I've read this one before. Lining all inside surfaces, not on stream, mind you, in my own time. Inside surfaces. The containment chamber... Oh, it's a very popular one. The containment chamber should be filled with hydrochloric acid until SCP-682 is submerged and incapacitated. Any attempts of SCP-682 to move, speak, or breach containment should be reacted to quickly with a full force as called for by the circumstances. Due to its frequent attempts at containment breach, difficulty, or containment and incapacitation, and high threat of Foundation exposure, SCP-682 is to be contained inside Rish blah blah blah. The Foundation will use the best of its resources to maintain all land within 50 kilometers clear of human development. I missed this paragraph. I hear the huntsman spider is a pretty normal thing to see in Australia. Not sure I could deal with that. That is perfectly fair, and honestly, I've also been ingesting a lot of information regarding the local wildlife of Australia, and it is absolutely terrifying. But I'm hopeful that... What are the chances that me, specifically, in the circumstances that I find myself whenever I would visit Australia, if that ever occurs in my lifetime, however long that lifetime might be, what are the chances that I'm gonna get bitten, eaten alive, and killed by a huntsman spider and or stabbed by a kangaroo with a shiv? Or have my legs torn away by koala bears? I don't think that's likely. And I'm willing to play those odds. I mean, it'll be a story to tell, after all. And life is worth living. I got one in my car. He is a chill dude, as big as my hand. His name is Henrik. I know somebody in my family that has arachnophobia. That paragraph alone, not even a paragraph, that sentence alone would just petrify them to no avail. Ooh. 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 And it's not just spiders, it's also, it's not just spiders, it's also snakes. Horrifying creatures. But, you know, every tourist destination has its ups and downs. So far, the most impressed I've ever been from a tourist destination has so far been on a Spanish-owned island off the coast. Very fun place. Anyway. Commercial break, unfortunately, but we have to deal with it. Jedi mind trick. And we return! Once again, a successful streak, level 8 approaches, and we will answer its beckoned call in the fullness of time. Ah. Ah. Hands. Very important for them to be visible. Anyway. Reading. Ah, where were we? I love my audience. Just so fun to think about, y'all. I don't know. Just a fun sensation to know that you have a community where all of them are individuals with their own occupations, stories, and so on and so forth. And places of origin that allow us to get together on this singular platform due to the fact that the internet is available across most of the world. Then you all have access to it, so you can see me. And I can read. Not just for my own sake, but for the sake of others as well. Right. I missed a paragraph here. Personnel are forbidden to speak to SCP-682 for fear of provoking a rage state. All unauthorized personnel attempting to communicate to SCP-682 will be restrained and removed by force. Description. SCP-628 is a large, vaguely reptilian-like creature of unknown origin. I love my audience, he says, not knowing his audience loves him. Aww. Thank you, I appreciate it. I mean, of course, there is some sort of positive affirmation to be had from my audience towards me, because if you didn't like me, you wouldn't be here. And if you hated the sound of my voice, you probably wouldn't be staying long to listen to it. I would imagine. Spinning. Delightful. I'm gonna do a cheeky breaky again. I don't know, I keep shrimping my posture, which keeps messing up the tracking today. Doesn't happen very often. Deal with it. Right, where were we? Reptilian monster. SCP-682 is a large, vaguely reptile-like creature of unknown origin. It appears to be extremely intelligent and was observed... Oh, remember when we mentioned about the talk about dinosaurs earlier? Well, here you go. Here's a dinosaur. It's a vaguely reptilian-like creature of unknown origin. That's a dinosaur. It appears to be extremely intelligent and was observed to engage in complex communication with SCP-079. Oh boy! Is that... I believe that's... Cain? Or not? No. Awake, never sleep. Wait, no, this is a different one, I think. What is this thing? Exody Sorcerer Microcomputer. Okay, no, this is a different one. Okay, I guess we have a new one. Oh, I'm confusing because it's 76 and 78, I believe. Let's check to see if I'm correct. No. What's 76? Okay, 76 is, Abel. Yeah. And what, is he 74? Is an active info hazard. Is to be fed 75 grams of flesh of shredded... What the hell? What the hell did I... Ooh-wee. Numbers confuse me. I totally love being here, and I only tattoo select people, so... I am glad to count myself among the worthy, in that case. I mean, I didn't have an express reason to visit the Americas outside of tourism, but at this point, could make it into a trip someday. Who knows? I have this terrible habit of saying things and making plans that then never come into fruition, and that makes me feel bad because the potential and the possibility is always there, but saying things and doing things are two different facets and two different concepts. One requires a lot more effort and planning and so on and so forth, and the other is as easy as 1, 2, 3 and manual breathing. I cast magic spell. But yes, more to my point with making promises is that I keep saying, oh, I'm gonna do a Elden Ring video, and I'm gonna do an Elden Ring compilation and all that, and I still haven't gotten around to it because there's other things that are taking my attention and taking precedent, but eventually. But I do feel bad because it takes a long time for me to go from conception to execution to final product. For example, streaming. I had the idea to do so years and years ago, but only recently did I pull the trigger. I don't know whether or not I should be bashing myself over the fact that I am not a very fast worker, but at least I get things finished, and I do 100% intent. At the very least, I can say that. But then again, I'm going into the trap again of making promises that I don't know whether or not I want to keep said promises, but you never know what the future holds. But I do want to make those Elden Ring videos because I had the most fun I've ever had on stream was when I was in the character creator and produced the mighty Hatsunga Bunga. It is my most viewed clip on this channel, and it is my pride and joy in terms of viewer interaction / stream moments. Second only to SCP reading. And by, I mean, the SCP reading is second. It's first in its category. I don't know. Lingual comprehension is difficult for me. I don't have a brain, therefore I have excuses. The Elden streams were awesome, thank you. I'm glad you appreciated them as much as I did. That was a great time. Most streamed thing on this channel, as it is the case for many people, because Elden Ring is very vexing. I don't know if there will ever, well, I mean, if I keep using this category with writing and reading, I will probably eventually outweigh the Elden Ring category, but we will see in the fullness of time. Until then, let us continue. If there's a goon SCP, that would be me. Welcome in, Kang. Welcome in. Kang Fest Hang. Very nice. Is that a... Is Gilded sharing LOL's worthy clip during April Fool's Week 2025? Ah. Very fitting banana peel. Very, very good, consistent theming there. Kang Fast Goon? Is that what you wish to be referred to as? The Kang Fast Goon? The speediest goon in the west? Or the east? Or the north? Or that other direction? Right, where was I? Oh yes, human development. Vaguely reptilian during their limited time of exposure, SCP-682 appears to have a hatred of all life, which has been expressed in several interviews during containment. See Addendum 682-B. SCP-682 has always been observed to have extremely high strength, speed, and reflexes, though exact levels vary with its form. SCP-682's physical body grows and changes very quickly, growing or decreasing in size as it consumes or sheds material. SCP-682 gains energy from anything it ingests, organic or inorganic. Digestion seems to be aided by a set of filtering gills inside of SCP-682's nostrils, which are able to remove usable matter from any liquid solution, enabling it to constantly regenerate from the acid it is contained in. SCP-682's regenerative capabilities are and resilience are staggering. And SCP-682 has been seen moving and speaking with its body 87% destroyed or rotted. Ugh. In case of containment breach, SCP-682 is to be tracked and recaptured by all available mobile task forces, and no teams with fewer than 7 members are cleared to engage it. To date, attempted breaches have numbered at 17, while successful breaches have numbered at 6. See Addendum 682-D. Magical. Addendum 682-B. Portion of recorded transcript of read redacted for once. Oh. Is this audible? No. Duh. Hold on. Hold on. Desktop. There you are, Mr. Desktop. Shouldn't it capture audio? Should do, but it doesn't. It refuses to. How do I make it capture audio? I know. I think. How about now? There we go. Oh god. That is, let's tone it down a bit. What are we doing?
Why did you kill those farmers? If you don't talk now, we'll remove you from this attempt and place you back into... Pardon?
I can't hear it.
Speak up. Move the mic up closer.
Oh no, a talking crocodile. It is.
The microphone only has so much gain. Move it closer to it. Don't mess up, man. Look at it.
Oh, there we go. Crunching noise. What did it say? Disgusting. Okay then, very good testing methodology there, guys. Oh boy. Delta redeemed spin! It was very effective. Ah. Right, anyway. What was I reading? I was reading this. Oh, this is literally just a transcript of what we just heard. If you don't talk now, we'll remove you from this attempt and place you back into incomprehensible. Pardon, motions to move microphone closer, incomprehensible. Speak up to D85, move the mic closer. They were... That microphone has only so much gain, move it closer to it. His throat's messed up, man, look at it, he ain't talking, gasps and screams. Testing SCP, test 1, gun! Very much so. They were disgusting. Right. Addendum 682-D. Breaches with SCP-682. First occurrence. Handled by Agent Agent Spiggity Boggity, Agent Hoobity, KIA. Personnel D-129, KIA. Personnel D-027, KIA. Personnel D-173, D-200, D-193. I wonder what happened to all of these guys. Second occurrence. Everybody's dead. Oh, so an agent died in the first occurrence. The second occurrence, none of the agents died, but all the D personnel got obliterated. Another agent died on the third occurrence. Fourth occurrence, a lot of agents died. Fifth occurrence, everybody died. Sixth occurrence, some agents in D-Class died. So many people were killed and eaten. destroyed into the maw of this beast that cannot be seen and cannot be heard. Addendum 682-E. Termination options. Log of event 682-E18. Dr. attempts to use SCP-409. What is SCP-409? It is a minor. We will read. General and Doctor observing. 0400. Exposure. SCP-682 began to tear at the point of contact, causing massive trauma to the area. SCP-682 requests several times to know what it has been exposed to. 0800. Crystallization begins, spreading much slower than normal. 1200. SCP-682 shows signs of extreme pain and begins having seizures. 1 p.m. Crystallization stops at 62% conversion. Crystallized area explodes, causing massive physical trauma to SCP-682. 2 p.m. SCP-682 recovers from exposure despite the loss of limbs and organs. SCP-682 begins regeneration, stating that it will attempt to kill and consume all staff involved in Event 682-E18. Immeasurable pain. SCP-682 appears to now be immune to SCP-409. Use of other SCP items to terminate 682 must now first be tested on samples of SCP-682 before full-scale testing. In accordance with Dr. recommendations, see Document 26B-6, Dr. and Dr. Who have requested permission. I'm really good at redacting the noises now, aren't I? Have requested permission to attempt the termination of SCP-682 using SCP-689. And another one to the tab. The request is currently pending approval from the redacted. It has also been suggested by Dr. Gears to use SCP-182 in an attempt to communicate with SCP-682. SCP-182 has expressed reluctance and refuses to enter the containment center of SCP-682 if at all possible. Addendum 682-F Termination Log. Termination log for this thing? Fascinating. Test log T-98816OC108682 Cross SCP termination testing for 682 SCP-682. Due to highly aggressive, adaptive, and intelligent nature of 682, termination testing has been ordered with clearance from O5 Command. With major concerns raised about possible developed immunities due to failure of SCP-409. And possible adaptations, all tests must be carried out on tissue samples taken from SCP-682. This step may be bypassed only by O5 Command order. Instructions for adding new tests can be found on this page. So this is the SCP where it hates everything, and it's basically a test bed for other SCPs to see if there's anything in reality that can kill it. Oh my god, look at this. Look at this, it keeps going. Oh, this keeps going. Oh, I'm gonna actually age by double what my current age is if I go through that entire thing. I remember hearing a story where 682 outlives everything, even the light of the stars, till there is nothing in the sky. But before they all went out, he used the ground to draw everything he saw, like ancient cave paintings on every square inch of the earth. That is actually a really good point. Could this thing potentially survive the implosion and explosion of the planet? If we blew up the Earth, would SCP-682 still survive? Does SCP-682 survive the vacuum of space? Can we just send it into the vacuum of space? That honestly feels like a great idea. It would easily survive the explosion of the planet. Right, so get your biggest rocket... actually, no, the thing is gonna... There's no way to subdue it in time to be able to have it launch into a rocket, because it will just rip through the rocket. It needs to be unconscious. But it regenerates so rapidly. That's a real doozy of a problem. 682 is a FU to evolution. 682 is basically an FU to anything under the sun. We can throw it into the sun, but again, there's the logistics of containing it long enough to be able to send it into the sun, and then there's no guarantee that it would be able to die to the sun. I believe there was one where S682 is one of the horses of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Which one? Pestilence? Probably not. Horrifying. Overridden by O5 command. There is an entire record of testing done. This is the science. This is the science of it all. All data about said town has been successfully expunged. Oh boy, an entire city has succumbed to 682. Me oh my. Me oh my. Right, okay. Well, that's definitely going to be a case for another day, right? Which one is SCP-689? It's hard to remember since SCP contains multiverses. Yes, a multitude of multiverses. So it's very difficult to keep up which mainline canon this is a part of and so on and so forth. So, a difficult preposition, I don't know. Right, so the supercrystal structure is something that SCP-682 was capable of becoming immune to, so what the hell was it? I have a link to the one I think it might be. Sure, tell me what it is and I will open one of my 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 17 tabs. 17 tabs of SCP-based things open. This is what happens every stream, I swear. Ah, oh right, you can post links because you are a moderator, man. A moderationer. The Pale Horse, the Wayward Children. Ah. Ah. Well, since we're on a... Let's read about 409 as an intermission and then read this. I think that is a good plan. Right. Item number SCP-409. Object class. Keter. Special containment procedures. No physical contact may be made with SCP-409 for any reason. 682 basically evolves to survive anything he has survived. The sun, the ocean, even God. Yes. That is the basic premise, which is how this thing managed to survive this one. So I'm very curious to see... That's why they needed to have samples of its tissue to be used for testing, instead of using it on the main thing. Because there is some sort of unknown anomalous mechanism that allows it to adapt to anything. I feel like there was a comic book character that had the exact same power, but I don't remember. Amazo? Justice League Unlimited Amazo? He can copy powers, and then he just kept copying until he essentially became God. Not Abomination. What was the other one? Doomsday! Doomsday has the ability to essentially... You try to kill him one time, he survives it, and you can't try that way again. Like when Superman tried to lobotomize him, and then he built up an immunity to being lobotomized. In Justice League Unlimited, of course. Doomsday has a lot of different facsimiles of origins, and so on and so forth. But I do like his design, because he has literal bone armor emerging out of his skin, which I very much dig. Right. Special containment procedures. No physical contact may be made with SCP-409 for any reason. Anything making physical contact with SCP-409 must be contained and quarantined immediately, along with any materials used in the transport of the subject. Crystals. Fun little crystals. SCP-409 must be kept in a granite case at all times. Any transportation of SCP-409 must be done in a sealed granite container. Granite, baby. The now immune to that method of death occurs in a few franchises. Can be quite fun. Yes. Multiple franchises. Now immune to that form of murder. God. It's amazing how far the human mind will go in creating impossible things to face. The realities of the problems that we face on a daily basis are so overwhelming we escape into the confines of SCP-682 and wonder, man, what if we shot it with a gun? Oh, the bullets do nothing? Cool! Residue, Any transportation must be done in a sealed granite container. Residue of SCP-409's effect are to be sealed in granite containers along with any tools used to transport residue into containers. Marvel, DC, Fate. Oh yeah. Fate. Etc, etc. I was like, Fate? I feel like I like Dr. Fate? No, but he already said DC. Dr. Fate is a DC. Oh, he means the Fate Stay Night / Fate Noble Alex Tarazababazaba. That franchise, which is essentially turned notable historical figures into anime girls and then sold them at a gotcha premium. Fun business model. Just nuh-uh to whatever killed it. Nuh-uh, you can't do that again. Description. SCP-409 resembles a large quartz crystal, approximately 1.5 meters, 5 feet tall, and 0.6 meters, 2 feet wide. Any objects coming in contact with SCP-409... I died, but I lived! But I died again, but I lived! SCP-409 resembles a large quartz crystal approximately 5 feet tall, yada yada. Any objects coming into contact with SCP-409 will begin to crystallize after 3 hours. This effect will occur in any material other than granite. The crystallization will spread by approximately 2.5 centimeters per minute and will convert the entire object or organism inside and out. Subjects report this effect to be extremely painful and similar to frostbite. After complete crystallization, the object will begin to make snapping and creaking noises for approximately 20 minutes, before bursting into thousands of fragments with great force. Walter White. It is the purest one I have. I don't know why I gave Walter White that accent, but... Walter, I am the boss, Walter. I actually had did you know that I had the famous Walter White appear in one of my chats today? That was an incredible set of circumstances that happened. He said, yo, can you imagine that? I was visited by the great Walter White. That was a great event today. After complete crystallization, the object will begin to make snapping and creaking noises in approximately 20 minutes before bursting into thousands of fragments with great force. Anything touched by or touching a fragment will immediately begin to crystallize. Nothing at this time is able to reverse the effect to inorganic matter, including amputation of affected areas. Wait. Even amputation can't fix this? Inorganic matter will only crystallize for a few centimeters around the point of contact. SCP-409 was recovered and expunged under a pile of crystal shards several feet deep. Losses of personnel during recovery were high. Of course they were. Addendum. Addendum 409-1. With the suggestion of Dr. Brackets 500-0021D, Subject 409-D5 was exposed to the effects of SCP-409 and was left to become severely crystallized. After that, he was treated with SCP-500. And a complete recovery was achieved in 9 days. Subject reported that he continued to feel pain in body parts that were crystallized even after the estimated recovery time. Pain faded 13 days after subject was treated. It is unknown if the pain effect was psychological or real during the intervening 4 days. Addendum 409-2. Extensive testing has yielded no information as to why the crystallization occurs. SCP-409 and the shards created by it are indistinguishable from any other quartz crystal. The effect appears to be similar to a seed crystal, where a pre-existing crystal formation is added to a solution, causing the crystal to grow. SCP-409, however, appears to do this with all solid matter, and does not need to remain in contact. How this is done, why SCP-409 is unique among all other quartz crystals, and why granite is the only material immune, are all still unknown. Yo, I am back. Sorry for not being on streams, lol. I was just at a funeral, so yeah, maybe I will be back on streams, but I am back. Welcome back. That's a freaky sounding dog. It sure is. Hello, little leafling. Welcome in. Thank you for stopping by. And no worries, William. You make time when you can. I am definitely not a high priority after all. Life gets in the way. Accidentally touched it. Knowing this, I would eat the thing. Might as well. I mean, if you're gonna become a crystal statue for about 10 seconds before you burst, might as well. Right. So that's what that is, and they tried using it on 682. And 682 became angry at this fact. Right, I need to... there we go. Here's the experiment log for 682. Right. So... attempts to use 409... began to tear at the point of contact, causing massive trauma to the area. Request several times to know what it's been exposed to. Is this the final boss of those magic crystal people? I mean, it would be very interesting if it was, but I believe at the end of the life cycle of this crystallization, it becomes very brittle and it breaks. But it would be really cool if you actually got turned into a crystal person. But unfortunately, you seem to just die because you just become pure quartz. Yeah, fun concept. But I was reading it because it was exposed. They exposed 409 to 682. Well. Right. Began to tear at the point of contact, causing massive trauma to the area. Request several times to know what it's been exposed to. 682 is very friend-shaped. I know, right? I really need to, because I've read about this one before because it's one of the famous ones, as was mentioned, but I forgot the number. Basically, immortal lizard, the spitting in the eye of evolution. What has been exposed to? Crystallization begins spreading much slower than normal. That's interesting. Shows no signs of extreme pain and begins having seizures. Crystallization stops at 62%. Crystallized area explodes, causing massive physical trauma. Oh, I see. The body of 682 managed to... in the time it takes for the crystal to form and kill it, it managed to reverse engineer the crystal and stop it from doing its reaction. And then it just shed the crystallized area and then regenerated itself back. That's insane. 682 ain't nobody's fool. Right. So that's what happened with that crystallization gambit. Hates all life, won't ever die, basically batshit insane. Sounds like my neighbor's dog. If your neighbor's dog exhibits the same characteristics as SCP-682, I would recommend moving into a different country. Right. So that's that one. I will read about the Pale Horse now. Which is also about 682. Supposedly. Thank you for the follow, little leafling. It's very much appreciated. Welcome to the Scions of Bowenthius. I'm Bowenthius, the Bone Wizard, Osteomancer, Osteomorph, Bone Guy. By the way, I love your voice. Thank you. Very much appreciated. It's what I do. That's why I think it's worthwhile to have this voice read SCP articles. Just call me Leafy is... I'm going to assume, just call me Leafy if that is what you find easy. Bone Guy. I am Bone Guy. I have skeleton and do osteomancy. If I pull out my hands, I can do osteomantic things. Not right now, but I can pull out my hands at least. Hold on, there they are. Hands. But imagine waterbenders or people with telekinesis, but it's bones. Hey, look, hydration. Hands, yes, and I have the power of hydration within my hands. Right, I will hydrate in your name, Killshot. Sometimes the hand tracking is weird, but hey, it happens. I'm just pouring water on myself at this point. But yes. Bone Wizard. Bone Wizard. Not the euphemism for sexual intercourse. Calcium. The bones of the body. The things that we need in order to not flop like jellyfish. You need to wait another 14 minutes. It do be like that. Oh, my beautiful bug. I love doing that. Anyway, reading. And I looked, and behold, a pale horse, and his name that sat on him was Death, and hell followed him. Oh. SCP-682 isn't one of the four... Well, I mean, you never even said that it was one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse. I believe you said it is one of the four horses of the four horsemen of the apocalypse, but I misinterpreted that. Hey! Now we be getting on with everything. Okay, Shakespeare. I don't know of this Shakespeare, but he sounds like a fancy captain. Yeah. Yeah, we be getting on with these beautiful times. I do not know why, but for some reason my knowledge of how to do a pirate voice has significantly been diminished for some unknown reason. It's like the thing came on, and I am a pirate now, but for some reason my mind blanked even though I've done this pirate impression so many times, once per stream at the very least, ever since I introduced this gimmick back in the beautiful month of April. It's like my ability to do a pirate's accent has sunk to the Davy Jones locker, which is a terrible shame. But anyway, let us get on with the reading. I'm on me ship and I've got many books to read while the voyage goes on. Oh, Bone Wizard turned into a pirate with those 2012 Thug Life glasses. It's true, it's true. The power of redeems courses through me very veins. Except for the fact that I don't got no veins. I've got bones. I'm literally a skeleton decked in armor because I like the concept of wearing armor. I don't need it, but you know, it looks nice on me. At least that's what I think. Right. And I looked, and behold, a pale horse, and his name was Saturn, and his name that sat on him was Death. Right, I was reading something else. Hold on. Thing. There was one where 6 is one of the... Ah, yes, see? I knew that you said that it was actually one of the four horses of the four horsemen of the apocalypse, but I misinterpreted it as one of the four horsemen themselves. Anyway... oh, my laddie, it seems the heart's enchantment be wearing off. It very well might be. No, actually, I think you know what it might be. Me hearty. I believe what's happening is due to the fact that every time you put this hat on me, it's actually exposure therapy, and I'm building an immunity to the piratey ways. I'm building an immunity to the pirate's whims and the pirate heart. That's what's happening right now. I'm building a pirate immunity. God forbid someone drunk tries this. Hey, my laddie, it seems the hat's enchantment be wearing off. Gotta spend these sigils somehow. Indeed. All the beautiful sigils that'll be gone once I transition into unaffiliation. Because I despise ads, especially when I didn't consent to what specific type of ads they are, even though technically speaking. Anyway, I'm not gonna rehash the same thing over and over again. I'm spinning. I'm spinning it everywhere. The fact that I'm 3D is quite useful, isn't it? And hell followed him, and power was given unto them over the fourth part of the earth, to kill with sword, and with hunger, and with death, and the beasts, and with the beasts of the earth. So did I sell my souls to a pirate bone wizard? You didn't sell nothing, me boy. I do not take unless I am given consent, me bucko. All you've done is you've become one of me faithful disciples and scions, and I essentially teach you bone magic. That's what all those scion sigils are worth, and that's what they're for. They use them to do bone wizardry and magic. It's wonderful. I know I may not look like it, but I'm actually a wizard. Yarr. Yarr. The reason why I don't look much like a wizard is because this body used to be property of a knight. So... Right. Where were we? The living creature thrashed in its slumber, twitching and jerking in its never-ending agony. It wasn't in pain because of the acid bath, or the radiation, or the injected chemicals coursing through its body. It barely felt those. In fact, it almost had never felt any pain from anything the humans had done. No matter how many times they'd nearly destroyed its body, its agony was the same anywhere it went. No matter what it was doing, no matter what it was done to it, only lessened in the presence of one. Never stopped. Imagine jerking the teeth. Imagine that! For free bones, type daily. You have 0 daily bones. You don't have any daily bones, but you should do. Anyway, the hat is... Yeah, try daily again. That's a thing that I haven't fixed yet. But if you do daily again, it should work that now, I think. Wow, this lizard hates us and will kill us. Let's poke it with sticks and see what happens. You have no bones. See, the thing is okay, good. So you do have a hip bone over on this side of the pond. It works correctly, but the problem is that before it works correctly, it needs to assign a file to you, and it needs to read from that file. So... It's a bit tricky with new people. Okay, never mind. I was completely wrong. I guess it just is broken. Which is strange, because you have increased your watch time on the Bowenthius channel. So it should work. I will need to look into that. It works for all of you guys because you are regulars. I need to look into that. The way it triggers is it gives you a daily bone based on your watch time. So if your watch time increases by 1 second, you get a daily bone. But it doesn't seem to work with new people for some reason. The command, it's boned! It's absolutely boned. Why do I have so little bones? That is an excellent question. I feel like, hold on. Oh. To answer your question... Did I... Hold on. Don't worry, odd bloke, there's a semblance of the old data saved somewhere on my computer. Actually, I can check that right now. Folder, open the folder. Right, let's check in the old configurations for a spell. Fun fact, I lack calcium coursing through me body. Don't be like that, we'll get you some calcium, don't worry. Don't worry, the calcium will come. Right. Background, no. I have so many folders now throughout my streaming endeavors. No bones means no blood, vampires fear you. Oh no. Oh yeah, bones work as blood filters as well, don't they? Is it assets? No. Oh, I remember what it is. Right, Twitch redeems. No. Is it? Oh, it's... no. Ah, there it is, bone time. Oh, right. Alright, I need to open one of my bot commands. There it is. Ignore that. Ignore that segment. Instead, pay attention to other things. Thank you, Skeleton Wizard Knight Ex-Pirate. Thank I wear many hats, you see. I have many occupations. I got a hip leg and a skull fragment. I can work with that. You absolutely can. Your collection grows, as do you as a person. Look, get some calcium in a bag of milk inside of a bag of milk inside of a bag of milk inside of a bag of milk. Death. Right. Currency. Oh, that's wrong button. Currency. Okay. You did Right. So the command. Ah, there we go. I figured out what the problem is. I used the wrong moniker thingamadoodle. What is it? User daily bones all. There we go. That's what it's supposed to be, and it's the wrong thing. Commands. User daily bones all. User daily bones all. User. Target user daily bones all. Right, now that should work. Davy Jones, daily bones! That's what's been messing me up. There you go. So that's what your old count was. There we go. Okay. So, in that case, I need to give you 10 bones. You need 10 bones. How do I give you 10 bones? I have a command for this. Yeah, there's your bones. How does it still not work for you? That's very strange. It usually works, and I don't understand why it isn't working. I will need to look into that. I have every single person, but for some reason, it isn't making a file for you. For some reason, the thing isn't making a file for Little Leafling. I have all of the people, except for you, for some reason. Huh. That's very strange behavior. I will need to look into that. You seem to be built different. It isn't working for you for some reason. It makes a file for every single person, except you, for some unknown reason. Right, what was I doing? Oh yes, I was giving bones to Bloke. Bloke bones. Knuckle bones, yes. All the bone dice. With the power of the Scion Sigils, you have the power to displace bone matter. Right. Currency reset. That is not the correct thing. Give. No. Subraid user. Is that it? No. I'll look at that later. I will give you your 10 bones. Do not. I will remember this. I will write this down. I will give you 10 bones. So next time you check your bones, you will have 10 on top of whatever you will have, which will be 14. So. Do not worry. Oh, wait. Never mind. Yeah. So, you will get your bones. Eventually. Anyway. I was reading about the 4 horsemen of the I just messed up my command, so that's okay. Everybody should have their old bones eventually. Managed to claim the first bone. 0 times. The bonus will be fixed eventually. Exactly. It will be fixed in the fullness of time. I just need to figure out. It's a circumstance that has genuinely never occurred before. For some reason, a specific user that is currently in the chat and has increased viewing time just does not have a file corresponding to their name. I was reading about the 4 horsemen of the Akoka. That's the 4 horses of the Apocalypse. The Akakapalacalypse. You guys watch Metalocalypse? That was a great show. It's dead. Right. A voice echoed in the living creature's mind. You have endured your suffering long enough. Your punishment is finished. Emotions flew through the living creature's mind. Incomprehension and disbelief. Then joy. Then regret. Then sorrow. It is dead. All is forgiven once more. You are one of mine, and you will never pass from my sight again. Considering the fact that M is capitalized in these instances, I feel like it's safe to assume that this is God. Ah. The living creature felt elation, gratitude, and elation beyond compare. Gratitude and elation beyond compare. Is that God? I'm going to assume it's God, yes. Dr. Alto Clef watched SCP-682 from the viewing deck above its new enclosure in Area 1032. I missed that show. Not my dad. Not my dad. I fucking love my dad. That was a great... And the montage that followed after that line was wonderful. I wish I could have that experience. Nathan Explosion. Nathan Explosion. Nah. I can't do it because I'm putting myself on the spot, but
just being able to...
It doesn't even sound like this.
He's more something like this, but being able to sound like this constantly.
Your voice makes me feel stuff. Oh. And I'm straight. Well, good to know that it has an effect on people. I'm going to assume it's a positive one, because that's what I aim to do. Because if it's not a positive one, then we have a problem. You look like you're from the show. I cannot deny that a lot of my inspirations and tastes have been shaped. ASMR stream. Someday. It's not necessarily planned, but it's definitely jotted down as a potential eventuality. All straight lines bend eventually. Oh, going into what I spoke about previously, I will eventually come out with a Elden Ring styled narration video as soon as I have the time to make it. And that will basically be a compromise between not doing ASMR and doing ASMR. It'll be me narrating a video. Well, I say long format. It will probably be the longest video I've ever made. It'll be 10-20 minutes long-ish, but that will feature narration by me, and it will probably be the closest I get to ASMR for a while. A mirror, mirror on the wall, when will lose my straightness once and for all? I mean, you don't lose or gain it, you're born with it. I can't believe... Maybe it's Maybelline. I'll watch it gladly. Thank you, I appreciate the support. All forms of support are welcomed in the Bowenthius quarters. Shit, my keyboard here! Right. But yes, I can definitely see the fact that you could see my character design as something that was inspired by Metalocalypse, because I myself have been very much shaped by the thematic tones of that series, at least visually speaking. I can't say that I'm very nihilistic and negative personality-wise, because that's a lot of what that show projects. Ah, so many outfit swaps today, it's wonderful. Eventually you'll be able to do that, well, I mean, technically you could do that already, but in the future, in Bowenthius' new era, when it appears, when it arrives, more things, expect more things in the future. I've told you about them many times. But for the newcomers, new stuff, soon as I configure it. Here, see? New banners. I worked on this. I'm still working on it. Ah! Right. Drinking. Drinking is good. You know what else is good? Taking breaks. But you know what's bad? Having to take breaks mandatorily because of commercial breaks. Delicious hydration. I have done so in your name, Oskal. Skål for the Oskal. Skål! That's how you say that in Norwegian? By the way, are you from the UK?
Sometimes I dream about cheese.
I love cheese. I also dream about cheese sometimes. Hey, are you from the UK? My bad if it seems like I'm trying to dox you. No worries! I used to be from the UK. I am no longer from the UK. I can tell you that I'm residing in Europe. Where specifically in Europe? I can't get more specific than that, but that region. generally speaking. Even though I don't sound it, I am a Europeman. A Europeman. Ah! Oh, my cup vanished. My cup disappeareth. Right. It is. Cheese is wonderful. Instead of practicing in the ancient art of cheese, Twitch mandatory commercial break instead. Apologies. And so on and so forth. We return to the land of the living. Good job, everybody. We got close with that last one, but we managed to do it. Since we are on a streak, the problem is that was the last break for the day due to the fact that I usually stream for 4 hours, and that's the last thing, so... My point is that I would ideally like us to continue until we lose. So... My skeleton wizard is too smart. Aww. It does tend to happen that I get words right on occasion, yes. So... I'll have to think about that for a second. I could do an impromptu commercial break and then we just continue the game. In half an hour-ish. But for now, let us read upon the fact that 682 managed to die. Win or lose, ads occur, yes, unfortunately. Ads come all the same, which is why I'd like to kill them where they stand. Right. The creature writhed in its massive holding tank. Its mouth was moving, though vital sign readouts confirmed that it was unconscious. Though the new acid mixture, you could still see it rapidly regenerating. But the mix was working excellently, in combination with the K-103 particle bombardment and the chemical cocktail regularly injected into the creature's veins by darts fired from slots in the inner tank. My bad, Bowen, I have to go because of my meds. Hope you have a fun stream. Farewell, everyone. Take care, Leafy. Did you say you like to be referred to as Leafy? I forget, but take care and thank you for stopping by. It was lovely to meet you today. Hope you have a lovely rest of your day. Right. Where were we? Yes. Really, Clef wanted this containment to work perfectly because he was so goddamn tired of SCP-682. Mayhaps they will have bones next we meet. Yes, I hope so. It's very strange that they didn't for this occurrence, but I need to change the way it triggers. Because it's currently working on, in my subjective opinion, a bad system, so I need to fix it and work on it more. And I also need to give Oddbloke his 10 bones that he gained from the previous system. For all those who care about daily bones, you will be given your original requisite of bones. You just need to make it known, because I feel like it would be too big of a hassle for me to have to manually go to every single person that has ever existed on my stream, because I have that information, and have to manually assign bones to each and every single one of them based on how often they have invoked the Daily Bones Redeem, which is no longer available due to the fact that I have integrated it into a mix-it-up command. You see my problems here. So, if you need it, it will be there. But if you do not speak up about your desire to have daily bones, they shall not be restored to you. I'm a big meanie boy. Right, anyway. Dr. Alto Clef watched SCP yada 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 yada. The years of failed termination tests, the constant containment breaches, the body count numbering in the thousands. I was away. Did I miss something? We managed to successfully beat yet more levels and words on stream, and I am reading what I presume to be the end of SCP-682, the continuation of SCP-682's story. That's what it feels like it is. It seems like God has called back the soul of SCP-682, and that's what we're reading at the suggestion of Deltor Age. Twitch.tv/DeltorAge. Anyway. The body count numbering in the thousands. He'd known some of the people on that list, a few too many. Clef had honestly expected 682 to breach containment at a dozen points during its transport to its newly built area. He'd expected it to breach containment when they removed it from its original chamber at Site 19. He'd been expecting it to breach containment for the past 2 weeks. Hell, he was expecting it to breach containment now, but so far, so... SCP-682 stopped moving, all at once. Simultaneously, a warning alert came up on the monitor readout. Clef's eyes narrowed as he read it. The living creature's entire being suffused with light. The acid and the radiation and the chemicals ceased to affect it. The suffering and horror and fear drained away like water. To the living creature, it was like its eyes opening for the first time in thousands of years. Its vast wings, once cut from its back as punishment for its sins, sprouted once again. It spread its wings and flew. Chaos! 682 ripped through the walls of its tank, then the walls of the inner containment chamber. The MTF squads opened fire as it entered the secondary containment chamber. Clef didn't wait to see what would happen. He left the observation deck. At this rate, 682 was going to breach into the area at large in only minutes. When it did, it wouldn't be able to kill a lot more people before it was either contained or the last resort nuke went off. Clef did not intend to sit by while that happened. He went to the office behind the observation deck, opened the safe in the back, and took out his backup gun. Gun was somewhat of an understatement. This is the backup gun. Cannon might have been a better description. The PSX-820 was a testosterone-infused monstrosity straight from a 90s video game. Was it a chain Gatling gun? It was an incredibly expensive weapon, designed initially to take down certain anomalous heavily armored vehicles. In testing, it had been able to reduce 682's mass by up to 65%, depending on the power setting and how well you aimed. Clef had never been what you call a crack shot at close range, not without a perfectly calibrated scope, but with a cannon like this, you didn't really need to aim. He took the elevator down to the outer containment chamber and arrived not a moment too soon, judging from the racket coming from behind the back. 682 burst through the tertiary containers, wasting not a second. Clef fired the cannon directly into the monster's face. The blast washed over the creature just as harmlessly as if Clef had been blasting it with a garden hose. Tendrils sprouted from 682's form and ripped through Clef's body. It was different somehow, changed. Shock, then loss of consciousness. Okay. The darkness receded for a little. Clef tried to prop himself up, tried to reach the case of plastic explosives attached to his belt. But he couldn't get his fingers to move the right ways, could hardly move at all. 682 prowled restlessly across the other side of the outer containment chamber. It didn't look like the same S682 anymore, though. It was entirely a pale off-white color, still sort of reptilian in appearance, but mostly covered in feathers and quills. It moved less like a lizard and more like a lion, complete with a feathery mane. It had 2 wings folded in its back. It never had wings before. Fucking lament, Clef muttered. I'm gonna kick your ass so hard. If 682 didn't stop ignoring him again and finish the job of killing him, if he didn't bleed to death here on the floor, if he didn't get rescued and then die of some weird 682 transmitted infection, if he survived but could never walk again, pretty big ifs. If. Very big ifs. And then 682 turned to look at him. 6 reflective eyes blinked in the feathers on its face. Lament, 682 said. I recognize the name. Clef had heard 682 speak comprehensibly on only one other occasion, that recorded in its general access file. Disgusting. Inexplicably spoken in guttural English, half of what little understanding of 682's psychology that they had. Off the record, researchers often assumed it had started out human, some kind of reality bender gone wrong. Its voice was very different now, and it wasn't speaking English, some alien song-like sounds that for some reason Clef could understand perfectly. Yes, Troy Lament, the man born Jeremiah Colton, the containment specialist who designed this new prison for you. It was conversing with him, also Jeremiah Colton. I have no idea what you're talking about, Clef said, but I suspect you're going to tell me. You're gonna exposition at me now while I'm bleeding out to death on the floor. 682 seemed to hesitate. He is not the only one of yours with a false name. I know who you are, Alto Clef. Clef laughed. He was getting dizzy. Then you should know what will happen if you kill anyone else in this containment site. The Chowder Clef containment protocol activates. Then it's boom, boom, boom all the way home. And that's just the beginning. You think you know pain? You have no idea. Not even the slightest clue. The plans I've set up will haunt you to the ends of the earth and beyond. You are lying. There is no such Chowder Clef containment protocol. I know who you are. I know what you are. Of course I'm lying. Focus, focus. I'm the devil, remember? The hell is happening right now? Just when you think I'm down for the count, I'll be back to stop you, roaming the earth like a roaring lion. You may have once loved the goddess, the mother of demons, 682 said. But that does not make you the devil. You'll take Lilith's shtick seriously, but you can't cut me a little bit of... Clef coughed. Slack! Blood. Figured. Oh, I get it. Blood. Figured. It looks like you got me good either way. I have not killed you, only disabled you. You will be retrieved by your underlings when I leave. You will need weeks to recover, but you have not been permanently injured in any way that your foundation cannot fix. That's what 682 sounds like to me in this transform state, okay? Personality informs the voice. Your voice, at the very least, is shaped by many factors, including genetics, but, you know, also your desires and your personalities and your events and so on and so forth. Anyway. Well, that's awesome. Very kind of you, Clef said. We're bros now, huh? That's it? 682 watched him with its many new eyes. So goddamn chatty all of a sudden. Well, why the hell haven't you killed me? Clef asked. There will be much death to come, the creature said, and there are other reasons which are my own. That time when they shoved me in your containment cell, Clef said. Why didn't you kill me then? I was unsure what you were, due to the alterations made to you. It gave me pause. Confusion. I thought perhaps that you were one of his servants. Come for me at long last. I thought... No matter. Now that I have returned to my glorified form, I can see you for who and what you are. Glorified form? What the hell are you anyway? What the hell are you doing here? I wait. The others have ridden forth already. Conquest, war, and famine. Oh, it's the horse of death. Only I remain. The horseman of the apocalypse. Clef laughed out of sheer disbelief. And you're what? Conquest, war, and famine? That makes you death, doesn't it? He laughed again. Oh, hello, Mal. Hello. Welcome in. Thank you for stopping by. 682 sounds like posh. Compared to his hillbilly swearing and shouting. Yes. That's kind of the dichotomy I aimed for in this exchange. I am not death, 682 said. I am her steed. Oh, Death is a lady. Her steed? Yes, I await my rider. 682 said. 682 raised its head abruptly. She comes. It is time for me to go. What kind of sin did the horseman of the apocalypse death do to be turned into a lizard and cast into the earth, to be immediately and repeatedly experimented on by the SCP Foundation. Wait! Clef tried harder to focus. I've seen his writer, I feel sorry for her. Wait, there's no Daily Bones. Yes, it's true, Mal, it's true! The Daily Bones have been incorporated into a daily command. By virtue of being here, Mal, you have acquired your Daily Bones. It's an automatic process. Yeah, that. Yeah, that would actually be... Well, I mean, the thing is that Mal has been here before, so Mal has an extensive amount of data. Which also reminds me, since Mal cares about... let's see here. Nani? What has happened? Oh yeah, right. There we go, that's better. Right, what was... Oh, I messed up my own command! Haha! Oops! Hold on, let's try that again. Oh, okay, you have 19, alright. I will assign that to your bone total. Bah. Well, hello, Mal. Welcome in. To get you up to speed, I am planning on unaffiliating myself from Twitch because I don't like ads. And as such, I need to incorporate every single one of my redeems into third-party software. And I have done exactly that. With the power of Mix It Up. So, daily command is now !daily, and if you are first to show up on my stream, you can do !first to get an extra bone. The commands have been reincorporated back into the screen, into the stream, via the bot instead of Twitch. Because reasons. It's a new Bowenthius era, you see. One where I don't have to do Twitch mandatory commercial breaks for 3 minutes every hour. Because I don't like that. And I don't think I should run ads for my own hobby. Because this is what this is. A hobby. Ha! Anyway. Yes. Yes! It works! Good! So, now you have 20. So you have 20 daily bones in total. The way it works is the minute you show up, it automatically counts you down. But if you want to see what your bone was, or what your bone total is, you do !daily. But it always counts it. You don't have to remember to do it. It does it automatically for you. The only thing daily does is it tells you what your bone was and what your total is. Haha! Configuration! I'm very proud that it works that way, by the way. I'm very happy. Except for the part where it didn't work with the newcomer today, so I'll have to see why that is. Anyway. Reading about the horse, the horse of death. Wait! Clef tried harder to focus. Why didn't you kill me? Who is your rider? What are you planning to do? What? I have a lot of duplicates. How long will it take for you to how long will it take for me to have my skeleton prisoner with unpaid jobs? Well, the human skeleton is approximately composed of 206 bones, so if you get 206 daily bones, you'll be able to produce an entire person. I still have to figure out, because the original idea is when you get to 206 daily bones, I will give you a special role on Discord, but that doesn't really have as much allure as it used to, because I'm also closing down the Discord. Actually, Mal, I have a infographic for you to show you, to get you up to speed. And I love showing this thing off repeatedly, so... hold on. Let's put that there. Announce! There it is. Here it is. Look at all my funny squiggles that I did. One day you will look in your closet and there will be tons of bones. This is the equivalent of that. Exactly! Right, so... Where are my things? There are my things. So... Done this, done that, done that, done that, done that. That is also done, but I need to configure the prices on that. Still hasn't done it. They need to do this. That's the thing I need to do. Did that. And haven't done that yet. And this is the final step, which will happen eventually. And it hasn't happened yet because I still have some holdover funds from the support of beautiful viewers and scions such as yourself. So, yes. Here is my step plan, which I will do by August because that's my affiliate anniversary. It's been 1 year of Bowenthius. Piss off, Turbo, I'm using ad blockers. Exactly. Exactly. So, yeah. That's something that I would like to do. And I will do, and I am doing. Because I would like the experience to be more akin to experiencing free content rather than having to be bogged down by a website that is exceedingly becoming more and more hostile. Well, anyway. Twitch to yours be done. Alright. All hail the company. The company is great. I love the company. I will continue streaming on the company for the foreseeable future because this is the primo platform for streaming on the internet. And I will continue to be here because it is a wonderful platform. But I'll be doing it in my own way, like several others before me and after me. Anyway. More questions that he should have asked already. Needed to delay the monster more, get as much information as possible, but the words were slipping all through his mental fingers like grains of sand. For what it's worth, Alto Clef, I am sorry. Clef processed that for a long moment. His vision had gone blurry. Why are you sorry? Thought you said that I wasn't gonna die. I am sorry for everything that I have done to you and yours. I am sorry for all the innocents I have killed. I am sorry for all that I have done which you do not know of. And, though I am not responsible, I am sorry for everything else you have lost. I am sorry that there is nothing I can do to make amends for any of it. My master calls. That's what a horse sounds like to me. Clef tried to think of a witty rejoinder. Rejoinder? Everything was so cloudy. Above all, I am sorry for all that is to come. The rapture. 682 seemed to be moving away. Goodbye, Alto Clef. I thought 682 absolutely despises humanity. He will never be sorry. See, that's the thing. 682, the original article, which is what I read earlier today in the stream, does absolutely despise humanity. And is a lizard thing, but I lost it. This article basically continues the story and essentially makes SCP-682 actually be the one of the 4 horses of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Specifically, the horse of death. So that's why the entirety... Skull just casually mentioning that he is, as is always been the case, in first place. But anyway, yes. So essentially it's completely rewritten the character of SCP-682 to essentially be one of the horses of the harbingers of the apocalypse. So... because the apocalypse is starting, according to this story, Death is recalling her horse back. Oh, Skull coming in with the flex. Oh. Eventually, more will come to challenge his throne, which is why Skull needs to continuously covet it and always be the first, so that no man or being can challenge his... power? Let's go power. Ah, fuck Death. This lizard is ours now. Well, it is breaking through the containment facility and leaving, so... Alright, what was I? Where was I? Who was I? I recognize the name, yada 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 da 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 da. Goodbye, Alto Clef. Alto Clef slipped away again into unconsciousness. Just asserting my dominance. You go, girl. You assert that dominance. Colon Epsilon 11 and the red right hand. I don't know what those are because I am a humble initiate, even though literally today I actually became a part of the O5 Council because I read about a chair. It's a chair, by the way. They're MTFs. That's Mobile Task Forces, I'm going to assume. Oh, Skull being a dragon with a bone horde. Nuke them lots, nuke everything! Right. Excerpt from Surveillance Log X1601 21 13 441. Date. Expunged. 05. Biohazard Level 4 Alert. Site-17 enters accelerated lockdown due to multiple containment breaches. 56. Instances of SCP-089 enter Site-17. What the hell is... Oh, these guys. We read about these guys. Hell yeah. They're sick. SCP-98 instances display previously uncatalogued behavior and morphology. Oh boy. 682 just sounds like a normal Australian lizard to me. It was also compared to somebody's dog. So it seems like it has that sort of reputation about it. Site-17 security team Bravo engages SCP hallway Site-17 Bravo Site security team Bravo neutralize. Oh boy. Mobile Task Forces Epsilon 11 or 9-tailed fox is an elite task force dutied with containing and reclaiming sites and mostly handles internal security. Fair enough. Thank you for informing me of that. I'm glad that I guessed that MTF stands for Mobile Task Force. Swarm breaches lockdown and accompanies SCP-053 off the premises of Site-17. Oh boy. The Horsemen of the Apocalypse have released a swarm of crabs. So the mall cops. The living creature met the little girl for the second time in several thousand years and nuzzled her with delight. She kissed him, giggled a girlish giggle, and climbed onto his back. Reunited with her steed at last, death rode hard towards the vast army of angels to join their march across the world, and hell followed with them. Ah yes, as was proclaimed by the Bible, by the Bible. So that's one interpretation of what SCP-682 is. A harbinger of the apocalypse. Which, you know what, fair. There it is. Beautiful little thing. And here's all the experiments that have been done on 682. It just keeps going. It just keeps going. It's insane. Crabs. The end of days. Everything will return to crabs. We all love the Bible. The Bible is a beautiful source of creative inspiration. Mobile Task Force's Alpha 1 or Red Right Hand is the personal task force of the O5 Council, existing and only following their orders. Their mission usually is always behind a level 5 clearance wall. This is actually something that I should be made aware of because I'm on the O5 Council now. I'm O5-6. So I should be made aware of who my personal bodyguards are. Yeah, basically the SCP-CIA, or the SCP-FBI. Delightful. How did I become... Yeah, O5B. I'm not a number, I'm a B. Because the B stands for bone. Not Bowen. What are you talking about? Did you know that Bowen and Bone both start with Bow? Coincidence? Ah! Who knows? But yes. Oh yeah, I needed to read about the O5 Council. The reason... It actually fit them perfectly. Thank you. I mean, they are a bunch of anomalies themselves. This is how I became to the new O5-6. This is how I became an O5 Council member because of SCP-2950. Very fun. Very fun. Right, overview. The O5 Council, O5 Command, the Overseers, Overwatch. Oh, I love Overwatch. You know why I love Overwatch? Because of the Combine Overwatch from Half-Life. I love the word Overwatch. It is excellent. These are the people who have ultimate control over the Foundation. It's me. Each O5 member knows almost everything there is to know about the Foundation and its activities. Between them all, they know every single secret that the Foundation holds. Most Foundation personnel spend their entire careers without seeing them. Members below clearance level 2 don't even know they exist. Most people outside the Foundation have never heard of them, or don't think they are real. Everyone is afraid of them. An O5 walks into a room and everyone pisses their pants. That's what happens when you hold supreme power over one of the scariest organizations in world history. This dossier will show you contradictory reports on each of the O5 council members. My research has been comprehensive, but the very nature of my enemy makes it impossible to know which answer, if any, is true. There seem to be 13 members of the O5 council, although even that is questionable. Perhaps there are multiple individuals sharing each O5 number, perhaps dozens, but perhaps there is only one. Perhaps only one of each of the reports is true, or all the reports are different facets of one person. This is what is called obfuscation of information. You will never know the truth. Information is the most powerful resource on the planet, and if you obfuscate that, you obfuscate reality. With stand-ins and disinformation stirred in, perhaps none of these are true. The end of the dossier presents well-sourced reports that question the veracity of almost every single assumption made here. You must judge carefully. Mobile Task Force Omega 1, aka Law Left's Hand, is the Alpha 1 personnel rival, working directly under the Ethics Committee, basically the people keeping the Foundation in check. Figures you should know about them. Yeah, probably. I'll be ignoring emails from them quite a lot, I imagine. There's an SCP that was a horrible assassin of Shadow that slaughtered the Foundation for a different faction. How did the Foundation respond? They made it into an anime girl, written manga, and anime for break staff because it was a being of belief and lost the fear. That had to take the form. They made it so it just quit. Wait. Isn't that basically the same premise as the chair that gave me my promotion? Where's the chair? Chair! I lost the chair. The chair's gone. I don't know where. There it is. It's the same principle as the chair. Because it's what you believe it to be. And it's a chair. Kinda, yes. I wish I was joking, too. I mean, honestly, not only does it not surprise me what you're telling me, I 100% believe you as well. It feels like there would probably be even more zanier things that have happened in serious canonical SCP Foundation lore. So, right. The Founder. I love how all of these guys are male European descent, Australian Koori descent, Canadian origin. O5 staff. The Founder. Anime girl assassin, sign me up! Now can we make it an... Oh, God. Let's not and say we did. Whatever the reason, O5-1 is often reported to be the most powerful O5 council member. If reports suggest that there even is a most powerful O5 council member, they're basically gods. No, go! JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Given the amount of disinformation spread about the O5 Council, make of this what you will. The Founder. There's multiple ones. The man with the infinity gun, the dead man, the visionary. The Founder. 148 years of age, varying appearance, a holdover of the occult organizations preceding the Foundation, so he likely benefits from more preservation techniques than merely SCP-006. Oh boy. Oh, is that the Fountain of Youth? Overseer clearance granted. Under direct orders of the Founder, access is limited to those with Overseer clearance. Oh, I think Deltor said that all of the O5 Council is immortal, and I was wondering, what, did they just become immortal by sheer virtue of becoming O5 Council? No, they just get thrown into the Fountain of Youth, presumably, which this is what this is. I have 20 tabs open. My goodness gracious. Right. I need to digest all of this information, so let's take a small break and finish the Words on Stream game, or at the very least see where it takes us. And before I do that, I'll hydrate. I need to digest. I've consumed a lot of, like, not just SCP lore specifically, but lore about the Foundation itself today. I think I've gained knowledge beyond level 2 at this point. I'm gonna play some video games. Enjoy the video games. Did you play Night Rain, Mal? Did you enjoy it? It's nice, isn't it? I don't know if you have, but yes. Oh yeah. Hydration. Hydration has been done in your name, all bloke. Ah! Right. Oh man, ain't it just like this game to immediately destroy us? But hey, that was a closest to the record we've gotten in quite a recent amount of time, so hey, at least that's been out of the way, so I no longer have to feel bad that, hey, we got very far in Words on Stream, and I sort of dashed that opportunity to maybe get a new record, but now I haven't. We got destroyed. We no longer have to live in an unknown whether we would have beaten the record today. We didn't. Anyway. Stone deceased the assassin. There's so many on the O5 Council. It's lovely. It's beautiful. Right. I will read about my colleagues at some point. I wonder if there's actually a regular way to get into the... I don't know. Right. Object class 006. Whereas the nature of SCP-006 does not warrant any extensive containment, a certain level of secrecy is necessary regarding the object's existence and properties for obvious reasons. The following procedures are required not for personnel safety, but to deny or hide knowledge of SCP-006's effects from the personnel who interact with it. All personnel interacting with SCP-006 in any physical way are required to wear modified Class V, B, and C suits. Before personnel are allowed to perform procedures, they must be briefed with material SCP-006-B or SCP-006-C. SCP-006-A briefing is the correct one, and is restricted only to those with O5 clearance. Ha! To ensure personnel are wearing suits properly, they are to be submerged into a pool of water. Any air bubbles spotted signify a leak in the suit. Procedures with SCP-006 are to be carried out under extreme surveillance. In case of contact with SCP-006, the commander in charge will announce Procedure 006-XI-12, which the personnel have been briefed to believe to mean high toxicity is present and they must evacuate. Any procedure in which liquid is acquired from SCP-006 must be approved by 3 O5 level personnel. The liquid is to be transferred in a quad sealant container and under armed guard. If at any time personnel come into contact with SCP-006 or liquid from 006, they are to be confined and terminated after sufficient studies are done. Due to the nature of SCP-006, the most effective termination method is incineration. Oh my. For the full report, see file SCP-006-TER-05. Description: SCP-006 is a very small spring located 60 km west of Astrakhan. Foundation Command was aware of its existence since the 19th century, but were unable to secure it until 1991 due to political reasons. On the spot of the spring, a chemical factory has been constructed as a disguise, with the majority of laborers under Foundation and/or Russian control. So many lovely things on the territory of Russia. The liquid emitted from the spring has been chemically identified as simple mineral water in 1902, but has the unusual property of health. Ingesting the liquid produces the following properties in human beings: the ability to regenerate DNA damaged by sufficient duplication, heightened excitement of cellular duplication, vastly improved abilities in the repair of damaged tissue, and a frightening increase in the effectiveness of the human immune system. Upon testing the liquid on animal subjects, hostile bacteria and viral agents were destroyed immediately. Many reptiles and birds were unaffected, while higher primates experienced the same benefits as humans. So yes, it's the fountain of youth. How delightful. It's a super regeneration healing fountain. Right. Eke perago. I have no idea what this is. Good evening, Doctor. No. Spy fiction tale. No idea. No earthly clue. I'm gonna close this. Code Brown. This is a bad idea, mutters Dr. Jack Bright. I would imagine it is. The High Court with the Magic Army. Ah, yes, the guy with the white suit. I am cleaning up my tabs for next time, because next time I am going to be reading, I'm going to be checking if this one is cool. The Wanderer's Library, because it's fantasy themed, and I'm fantasy themed, so it should be interesting. Right. Oh. Huh. Didn't even notice. Right. Thaumiel. So that's what 05 is, Thaumiel. Right. Object classes. Yep. Ah, yes, the Serpent's Hand. What is the Serpent's Hand? SCP Foundation Introductory File on Group of Interest Alpha 019, Serpent's Hand. The Serpent's Hand is a small but formidable organization which seems to be growing at a rapid rate and is responsible for a number of security breaches. The group embraces the use and existence of paranormal items, and in particular embraces humanoid and sapient SCP objects. The Serpent's Hand has been highly vocal in criticizing the containment and destruction of these SCPs, especially those that are not particularly destructive. At least 177 individuals belong to the Serpent's Hand. At least 177 individuals belonging to the Serpent's Hand have been identified, of which several dozen have taken part in raids on Foundation facilities, many of whom used anomalous items for infiltration purposes. This feels like a skit from RimWorld, because I regularly get attacked by cultists in that game. The total number of members belonging to this organization is unknown, as is their level of technology, number of possible SCPs held, or total event level of threat. It is clear they are highly coordinated and often dangerous. Their numbers appear to be increasing faster as more anomalies appear in the world. The Serpent's Hand came to Foundation attention after encounters with the individual known as LS, who seems to be the leader within the Serpent's Hand and is personally responsible for 2 security breaches in Foundation sites. LS's first breach resulted in the theft of SCP-268, an artifact that the Foundation had recovered during a raid of a Chaos Insurgency facility. Now who's the Chaos Insurgents? The Foundation first learned of the Serpent's Hand after LS's second breach of Foundation security. See Security Breach Incident X-23, Site 19. The identity of LS is yet to be conclusively verified, though evidence points to the person of interest known as the Black Queen. Isn't the Black Queen the leader of the 05 Council? You can literally say... Look... Wait, so there's one main puppet string puller behind the scenes in the name of the Black Queen? Oh my. I have no idea what this is. Fascinating. I have no idea what I've stumbled into. Who is the Black Queen? Years ago, while she was still very young, her father abandoned her and her mother. No note, no packed suitcase, no nothing. It was just 1 minute. Her mother promptly fell apart, leaving Allison largely to herself. This is simply the general framework for the Black Queens. There are hundreds of Black Queens scattered across thousands of universes. Most never become aware of the existence of other queens and simply do their own thing in their universe, or die, or remain normal, or whatever. However, a precious few discover this. Who is her father? Dr. Charles Gears. I see. So, a Black Queen leads the SCP Foundation, and a Black Queen leads the Serpent's Hand. It's all Black Queens at the end of the day. Fascinating. For a long time, the Foundation had very little information about the Serpent's Hand. Existing information was received mostly through leaks from Global Occult Coalition Intelligence, the GOC, and was limited or incomplete in nature. GOC intelligence did not seem to reflect the current status of the group, despite clear inside information. A breakthrough was made when the Founder's discovery of the Wanderer's Library, an anomalous extra-dimensional location accessed through portals referred to as ways, found in many different parts of the world. The Serpent's Hand seems primarily based from this location, though they have no direct control over it. Oh, so they just accosted an SCP and use it as their base of operation. Direct assaults on the library have so far proven unfeasible, even when the entrance could be found. Foundation agents presently do not seem to be able to access the library without making use of anomalous methods, and even then with near zero success rate. Foundation agents are attacked on sight by anomalous entities upon successful entrance. This also seems to be the case for Gawk agents, though some are merely escorted out while others are killed immediately. Gawk seems to have some access to the library through intermediaries, however. Foundation efforts to infiltrate the Wanderer's library are ongoing. Mobile Task Force Tau 9, Bookworms, have been assigned to specialize in the investigation, tracking, acquisition, and containment of individuals and artifacts related to the Serpent's Hand and the Wanderer's library. Due to the general necessity of non-anomalous containment methods and other difficulties, progress has so far been slow, though many identified hand individuals are presently under surveillance. Good gosh. The Serpent's Hand seems to be extremely active in the general paranormal community. They have a high level of interest in the Global Occult Coalition, who they call the Book Burners, and the SCP Foundation itself, referred to as the Jailers or Jailers, regarding both with animosity. Yes, we should free the horrifying demons that can rip you to shreds and regenerate instantaneously. Yes, let it be free, Lord. The Hand's relationship with the Gawk is particularly hostile. Most recorded cases of unprovoked violence by Serpent's Hand members have been against Gawk agents. The Serpent's Hand seem estranged from Gawk's 108 member organizations, despite similarities in focus on thaumatology and other occultic practices and a number of shared methods. Okay. So, Gawk is the SCP Foundation, but they believe in keeping the things, like, using the things, and then the Serpent's Hand is complete chaos cultist, so Gawk is neutral, SCP Foundation is lawful, and the Serpent's Hand is chaos. Noted. This situation seems to be due to the Gawk policy of destroying most anomalous entities which are non-human in origin, which they cannot efficiently control. Additionally, the Gawk treats Hand members as enemy agents to be engaged or killed on sight. The Foundation seemed to be the focus of less anger from the Serpent's Hand due to the Foundation policy of containing and not destroying most anomalous entities. Oh, so to answer my question from before, why don't you just kill them all? The answer is, it's against policy. However, Hand animosity towards the Foundation is still high. The Hand has unfriendly relations with the Chaos Insurgency, who they call the Madmen. Oh, so there's actually even more chaotic people than the Serpent's Hand, okay. And middling relations with the Office of the Reclamation of Islamic Artifacts. Sometimes hostile, sometimes cooperative. See file on House Afsedech and the Horizon Initiative. The Hand seems to have natural to friendly relations with the Mana Charitable Foundation and is tolerant of non-violent Fifthist Church of Church of the Broken God members. Church of the Broken God, oh boy. A few members of the Hand seem to be also members of the Are We Cool Yet? Though they seem to be among the more pacifist members of the collective. Number of the non-AWCY anomalies artists and anarchists have been identified in the Hand's ranks as well. The Hand seems to have occasional interactions with agents of Marshall Carter and Dark, whom they call the Merchants, within the Wanderer's library. Through these seem natural rather than friendly. Neutral rather than friendly. Outside the library, Hand members have clashed with MC and D agents and on several known occasions. Hand raids on Foundation facilities have been steadily increasing in number, as has their ability to evade capture and to successfully liberate SCP items. Formerly, the Gawk seemed to be able to keep Hand numbers in check, but this is no longer the case. Efforts to neutralize the Serpent's Hand in a more permanent fashion are ongoing. They tried to kill a CH chair. This is a different to the one before it would teleport to people. Who wanted to sit down and let them sow? The gawk shredded it now. It's far more dangerous as wood chipping the teleport into your lungs as if you insulted. Yes! This is why you don't neutralize without reason. Yes! I guess so. The SCPs don't like... I mean, if you look at anomalous materials as its own distinct species, by killing the SCP Foundation is committing genocide. So, that's bad. Don't do genocide. Genocide bad, regardless of context. Right. Welcome to anyone willing or able to read this. This is for you. We are the Serpent's Hand. We are a movement unified by a common belief that humanity and all other peoples of the known worlds do not deserve to be kept in darkness and ignorance. This is a chair. The Serpent's Hand doesn't coordinate as a group. We are a loose collection of splinters. Our enemies tend to misunderstand this. For instance, the Foundation's obsession with LS, a person most of us have never met, or the Serpent's Nest, with their shifting identities. Yes, they are all leaders because they are all people we respect, people we take advice from, and people, and some of us will follow their plans, but they aren't all of us. From what I've heard, genocide leads to having a bad time. Yes, I agree with you completely. Of course you'd be the one to quote another skeleton. Or should I say, you're gonna have a bad time, kid. Right. There's no special way to join the Hand. There are no secret rituals done in basements or closet. We hold no elections for our leaders. If you want to become a member of the Serpent's Hand, all you have to do is decide you are a member of the Serpent's Hand. That's why we shouldn't step over that line. Hello, Toaster. My goodness. The dailies. You have 3 daily bones. Aren't they beautiful? Delightful, delicious, glorious daily bones. It brings me joy whenever I see people use the commands. You and your occipital bone, it will make for a lovely bowl. For your brains? I jokingly like to refer to myself as Discount Sans Undertale. Ha! Why discount? You feel like the full package to me. You're your own person. Similar but separate to Sans Undertale. You're like if we combine Sans Undertale with Papyrus Undertale, then we'd get you. That's what you feel like to me. So much. I think we got the general gist of who the Serpent's Hand are. Very fun. I think I'll keep the Serpent's Hand open. Currently to be maintained data expunge is a tweed new SCP-268 is a tweed wool newsboy cap. Cool. The Black Queen, I'll need to see what that is. And I never actually ended up reading 1609, which is unfortunate. And then we got experiment logs. Hydration! Hydration will be done in your name, Oscar, as soon as the hands activate. Hands! They have activated. The hands have breached containment. I shall use them to do ha! Ha! So, I've been gone. Now I feel like I've missed 2 readings. Unfortunate, but the good news is that I have VODs available for the rest of time, or as long as servers exist that will house my video progeny. Spinning! All of the spinning. Right. But yes. The other readings are available. You remind me that I have things to work on and editing, so I'm gonna... Yes! Where there's a will, there's a way. But unfortunately, yes, you have skipped out on the live experience. Space Toaster 69! See, these are the perks you get with joining me live. You get to see me and hear me read your name out. Space Toaster 69! Many readings were had. Many readings. Especially reading on this thing. Disgusting creature. Right, 689. Keter. Keeping that one. Keeping this one. I already read this one. SCP-500. Special containment procedures. SCP-500 must be stored in a cool and dry place away from bright light. SCP-500 is only allowed to be accessed by personnel with level 4 security clearance to prevent misapplication. Description. SCP-500 is a small plastic can, which at the time of writing contains 47 red pills. You see this, VOD watchers? This could be you! Yes, exactly. Look at the text above my head. That could be you if you joined me live. Right. Despite the attempts at synthesizing... Oh, right. Red pills, 47 red pills. One pill, when taken orally, effectively cures the subject of all diseases within 2 hours. Oh. Exact time depending on the severity and amount of the subject's conditions. Despite extensive trials, all attempts at synthesizing more of what is thought to be the active ingredient of the pills have been unsuccessful. Huh. Super pills. Note from Dr. Klein. SCP personnel below level 3 are now banned from handling SCP-500. This is not to be used to cure a hangover. Get AIDS and then ask permission. Did somebody genuinely use a cure-all pill to cure a hangover? My god. Request 500, 1774K. Dr. 500-022F has requested one SCP-500 pill for testing on SCP-38. Request has been approved. Yes. Requested for SCP-914. Alright, the gears. Request has been approved. Request denied. A substantial threat to humanity. Requested 2 pills for his personal medkit. Dr. Gibbons, don't be so silly, Dr. Gibbons. Right. So that's what SCP-500 is. Noted. Neat. Pills. Buttload of pills. Right. SCP-79. And SCP-74. Right. We've got a lot of things. Let me just... My god, there's just always more and more and more. So we will see what we can handle next time. I need to... I need to save all of these 50 million tabs that I have. And that will be it for today. Thank you everybody so much for stopping by and being on this trip with me while I become a member of the O5 Council for the SCP Foundation. Now I'm over here. Isn't that delightful? Alright. That was a lot of information that needed to be... I'm going to be spending the entire weekend digesting everything I just consumed today. So much information. You are very welcome. Thank you for being here, Art O'Skull. Thank you for a great stream. Some good reads today. Absolutely. Excellent. Lovely reads. Sentient tattoos. Tattoos that eject hearts infinitely. Very fun. Good stuff. Good stuff. Right. I need to figure out what to do in terms of rating. Rating due to Twitch.tv. So many opportunities, so many possibilities. Reality is illusion. There's your raid messages. Beautiful raid messages. Provided to you by the Skelegion bot, instigated by Deltor Age. I wouldn't know, but I bet it was a good stream. Oh, no worries. The VOD is always available, and if not, Wednesdays and Fridays are my beautiful time. The wife, thank you. You are welcome, the wife. Thank you, Killshot, and thank you, Mrs. Killshot, for your continued support and patronage. You've returned just in time. Welcome back, Mal. You have indeed returned just in time. Ah. I have no earthly clue who to go to in this scenario because there's so many opportunities and simultaneously, well... I'm just gonna keep swinging my hand around. Hell is a... Sure. I have a soft spot for certain people, even though I don't know them personally or interact with them with an absolute minimum level, but their personality and their existence gives me a... well... I believe they refer to it as parasocial, but simultaneously, well... It's possible to have a positive opinion on somebody just without being uncouth about it. Right? I mean, I think Markiplier is a good person. I don't know the guy personally, but judging based on the activities I've witnessed of the man online, he's a good egg. Anyway, we're raiding into Clovio. Retro stuff. Enjoy the Clovio time. Hope you have fun over there. Next week, new things. And by new things, I mean more of the same things. Probably going to continue doing the milk inside of the bag because I want to 100% it on stream. So we're going to be going into that game again just to check out whether we can ascertain more information about it because I'm still blissfully unaware of what that story pertains. New day, same stuff. Yes. So, Wednesday, Friday, streams. Yes. I wish you all a beautiful weekend. Thank you all for being here, and until next time, take care. Bye-bye.